Look, you're Mhm. 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 Alright. This one, runtime, and you go back to steward, okay. Mhm. Okay, so let's make sure we're doing this right here. And I'm building a runtime AI agent. Not really an agent. Runtime. Okay, we're doing this. Guys can go right. Right, and then let's get myself up to speed at where I left off. One's really small already. Okay, welcome back. Like this. Mhm. Hey man, figure out where we left off here. Get a little rehydrated ourselves.
Yep, codex writing session. And yeah, we need a draft shot that we keep updating as ideas evolve and supersede earlier takes. Below is draft shot V0.1, session local truth log. It's written so later revisions can say this changed without pretending we had perfect clarity on day one. Drag draft shot V.1, Synapse OS runtime codex session, timestamp 20T602-17. Session type codex design contracts definition. Tone exploratory. Ideas will evolve. Later revisions supersede earlier ones. Nub 0. Current truth anchor. The goal is Ash on your PC. You launch Synapse OS runtime and you immediately talk to an LLM. The LLM must rehydrate from the file system governance plus state repo so it knows what's going on without you feeding zips. The user must not need to memorize a pile of commands. Interaction is natural chat. Synapse governance should feel like baked-in law. Canada analogy. Default behavior. Not remember to do X. Drift is unacceptable. The runtime must constrain the LLM via hard enforcement, not vibes. Number 1. The 5 contracts we must fully specify this session. These are the real implications we must answer end to end. 1. Rehydration contract. What it must define. How the runtime finds. Editable governance root, state root, Synapse OS data. Engine root, Synapse OS engine. What the runtime reads at boot and in what order to build current reality. How it detects. Existing subjects, active ongoing control sync. Latest snapshot, continuity lock, buffs. Codex freeze status, subject build readiness. Key requirement, what's going on is answered by deterministic scanning plus pointers, not LLM guesswork. Status, drafting. 2. Conversation contract, what it must define. What a turn means in the runtime, user message, agent response. How the agent proposes actions without needing command memorization. The interface boundary between chat text, human-facing, action intent, machine-facing. Likely mechanism, not yet locked. The LLM outputs, normal chat reply, plus a structured intent action plan payload, JSON YAML. Runtime validates, executes that plan. Status, drafting. Snabber 3 artifact contract, what it must define. Where artifacts live in Synapse OS data, paths naming. What is append-only versus mutable. Canonical evidence versus curated outputs, raw transcript logs equals evidence, snapshots, discoveries, codex sections equals structured derivatives. Key requirement, the system can always reconstruct truth from artifacts. No, trust me, bro. Status, drafting. 4. Governance enforcement contract. What it must define. What parts are enforced by prompt law, soft guidance, deterministic validators, hard gates. What the runtime must do when governance is missing, invalid. How to prevent forgetting rules across sessions. Bootloads, governance plus subject bootstrap plus continuity lock buffs. Those become the session's governing context every time. Key requirement. Governance becomes common knowledge behavior, not a checklist the user must remember. Status, drafting. HANA 5 execution contract. What it must define. What execute means file writes, shell commands, moving quest state, etc. Evidence capture requirements. Std out, std exit codes, file hashes or diffs, timestamps. Truth gate rules. The agent cannot claim completion without receipts. Status, drafting. NARC 2 formal state machine. Subject lifecycle. This mirrors the Stewart-style pipeline you described, but in deterministic runtime terms. State S0, no subject selected entry condition, runtime boots and finds subjects or none. Outputs, state header presented to user asks whether to resume or start new. Artifacts, none required. Transitions S0, S1 if user starts a new subject, S2, S3 if user selects existing subject with state. State S1, subject creation goal, create the minimum subject structure as pointers so the system can rehydrate next time. Artifacts minimum, subject root, TB'd exact path layout, must match your canon, bootstrap prompt, subject, continuity lock, subject, buffs, subject state pointer registry. Transition S1, S2. State S2, incubation goal, explore the idea with the LLM, brainstorming, capture discoveries, decisions. Mode support, control sync may be opened inside this state, see section 3. Artifacts, discoveries rolling, decisions rolling, open questions list rolling, raw transcript logs if control sync open. Transitions, S2, S3 when TOC requested ready. S2, S2, continue exploring. Dash state S3, TOC draft goal, generate codex table of contents as if the system exists end to end. Artifacts, TOC draft VN, audit notes for TOC completeness. Transitions, S3, S4 when TOC is accepted enough to start sections. State S4, codex drafting goal, generate codex sections one at a time, audited each time. Artifacts, codex sections TOC ID title. MD per section audit artifact, pointers to next section. Transitions, S4, S4, next section. S4, S5 when all sections drafted plus audited. State S5, codex freeze goal, mark codex stable, incubation ends, build becomes legal. Artifacts, codex freeze marker plus timestamp, scope version, pointers locked. Transition S5, S6. Check state S6 build planning goal. Convert codex into guild orders, dungeons, quests. Artifacts, guild orders VN, quest set files, acceptance criteria, audits definitions. Transition S6, S7. State S7, build execution goal. Execute quests with receipts, tests, diffs, audits. Produce new canonical zips commits. Artifacts, per quest execution logs plus evidence bundles, per dungeon roll-ups, snapshot and continuity updates. Transition S7, S7 continue or back to S6 if replan needed. Number 3, runtime mode machine. Control sync. This is separate from subject lifecycle. It's a mode switch. Mode MNO, normal chat. Chats are not necessarily logged verbatim, policy TB. Important outputs still become artifacts, discoveries, decisions when relevant. Mode M1, control sync. Open hard rule. Every turn is captured to a raw transcript log, append only. Artifacts, control sync active timestamp MD or similar, path D. Optional rolling extraction. Artifacts, discoveries, decisions, questions. Open trigger. User says open control sync, natural language. Close trigger. User says close control sync. On close, runtime produces a control sync snapshot artifact derived from the transcript, pointers updated for rehydration next boot. Now key design principle to encode in codex LLM equals brainstormer, runtime equals harness. The LLM provides questions, exploration, drafting plans. The runtime provides rehydration from disk, enforcement gates, evidence capture, artifact writing. You can't bullshit completion constraints. This is how Synapse governance becomes baked in. Nashana 5, open questions, explicitly tracked. These are not decisions yet. They're deliberate to-dos for this session. 1. Exact subject folder layout inside Synapse OS data. We must not invent rename. Codex must match canon. 2. What gets logged outside control sync, everything versus only structured artifacts. 3. Structured intent format, JSON schema for action plans, or YAML, or both. 4. Pointer system, how the runtime finds latest continuity lock, latest snapshot, latest codex section deterministically. 5. Transport, REPL versus web versus both, not a decision yet. Codex should specify transport agnostic core. How we update this draft shot. When you say update draft shot, I will append v0.2, v.3. Include what changed, what got superseded explicitly. Keep a current truth summary at the top that reflects latest decisions. No pretending old ideas never existed. We keep the evolution trail. That's the whole fucking point. If you want, next I can write the rehydration contract in concrete terms. What files folders are scanned, what pointers exist, what the state header contains, without turning it into implementation talk.
Okay, so that means he's done a lot of work. We've done a lot of work. Extract all. I'm just trying to update my my packs right here, right now. So I'm seeing chat right now. How you doing? What's going on? More for just a referral or records and just for my fun, so I can share it. Easier to share. That's the thing. He was see here. So I need to update this. Press to okay. Okay, here's the buffs right now. So this is what I want you to update. And I want them to be as like detailed as this, because the ones you gave me are like, they're not very good, and they don't need 4, right? They don't necessarily need 4, I don't think. Look at the governance pack and look at what constitutes buffs in the governance pack. These ones we have right now, I want you to review them in depth and see what they are, so that way you have an understanding of what their purpose was entirely, but also review the governance folder, the Synapse OS governance, and review buffs as well again, so that way you can see the purpose of them again, or refresh yourself. These ones have a like a tree that they show, right? Like canonical locations. And it shows all the paths for the data folder, which is good. We want to include that still. But we also, I want you to review the new canon, which I'm including right now in this output as well. And I want you to look at where we are currently now with all the new quests, what our new directive is, what we're going to work on next. And I want you to also notice that the buffs do a really good job at having a directory map for data, but they don't do such a good job on covering the engine itself. So if you review the directory map, review the tier list, review the canonical canon tree, review the project work areas, review the rehydration packs it's pointing to. I want you to ensure that it still is serving the purpose that it did before, but that it's updated with our new phase now that we're in this new guild orders. And then also go through the other buffs as well and just make sure that everything is laid out properly, right? Like we have a good ignition start point, and there's and there's everything else. But I want you to also rename it Stewart instead of Ashby. So we can retire these ones into archive, and then I want you to name the new set Stewart, but you only need to make 3. Just make sure you check the governance zip again to rehydrate yourself, refresh yourself on what buffs cover exactly. And then just reproduce the buffs together as a zip. Don't produce the entire canon. I'll download the zip by itself, and then I'll put it in myself for the next chat. Okay. So let's check out this. Check out this. So review this one. Snapshot 2. Okay, what else do we need? What else do you need to know? Like, what else do we need to cover? Why don't you, like, explore this with me a little bit here?
All right, if we're writing the runtime codex for real, there are a few unknowns that will bite you later if we don't nail them now. I'm going to explore with questions, not decisions. Number 1. What is a subject on disk exactly? When Synapse OS boots, how does it know a subject exists? Is a subject a folder name convention, e.g. Synapse OS data/subjects/subject? Or is it declared in an index file, like synapse_state.yaml, but for subjects? Or both, folder scan plus pointer registry? Also, what's the minimum set of files that make a subject real?
Okay, man, let's do this one at a time, because when you start asking me a bunch of questions like that, you're going to get a tangent back and it's just going to be a mess. So why don't you just start sticking to one at a time and I'll answer them.
Good, one at a time, no scatter. Question 1. What is a subject on disk? Forget implementation. Conceptually, when the runtime boots and scans Synapse OS data, how does it deterministically know? Open quote, this is a real subject. Close quote. Is it A, any folder that matches a naming pattern, e.g. named Ertush? B, a folder that contains a required marker file, like subject_state.yaml? C, a folder that contains a minimum required set of artifacts, bootstrap, continuity buffs, etc. D, a combination, naming plus markers required files. And separately, what is the absolute minimum that must exist for a subject to be considered valid and selectable? Just answer that. Don't overthink it.
So it would be pretty much any single, like, you have a folder for subject data, right? And there would be, which does start before it gets an engine folder, right? And I also don't know if we should change the tree so that way, instead of having a separate data folder and then a separate engine folder and then having, like, you have a set, you would have the tree, which is Synapse OS as the main directory, right? And then inside there you have a data folder, like subject data, and then subject engine folders. But we should probably change that so at the main directory of Synapse OS will be, it'll just have a folder that says subjects, right? And then when inside that folder will be more directories of just the subjects, and they'll just be by name. And how it'll know what a subject is, because it's in that directory, right? Each subject will be separated by separate directories inside there. So for example, like Ashby and Stewart, Ashby would, or Synapse itself, they would just be, you would have, like, you go into the subject folder, or you go in the subjects folder, and inside there you'd see Ashby. Then you click on Ashby, and inside there, Ashby would have data and then engine. It wouldn't even need the name in front of it anymore. It would just be data and engine, right? And then they would store all the state files, like guild orders, quests, and stuff like that, inside the data folder like we already do now. And then you'd have the engine folder, which would contain all the engine itself, right? So and then if you went back, you'd go other subjects, and because sometimes when you start a subject, it might not have an engine yet, right? It still might be an incubation phase. So what would constitute one would just be it reading those directories and seeing different directories the same way you would. If I dropped you a zip file and you went in, you would see a directory called subjects. Well, you're going to obviously assume that every one in there is going to be different subjects, right? They'll all be different named. And when you, what would be inside each one is that, like, as soon as one is made, it already makes the tree layout, right? Like, it makes if you look up right now in governance, you'll see what the AI creates when there's a new subject. So it's going to know what's there just because it's going to have like a new subject folder, and we should probably include that it makes a YAML at the same time when it does that, right? Exactly.
Good. Slow. Let's lock this down cleanly. What you just described is actually much cleaner than your old split data folders plus engine folder / layout. You're proposing you can see the code in our conversation history, and that's it. No subject data, no subject engine. Just the existence of a directory inside subjects means it's a subject. Inside that, data equals state, artifacts, codex, guild orders, snapshots, etc. Engine equals implementation repo, may or may not exist yet. That's clean. Now let's sharpen this into something deterministic. What constitutes a valid subject? A subject exists if 1. It is a directory under, you can see the code in our conversation history. 2. It contains at minimum, you can see the code in our conversation history. 3. Inside data, it must contain subject state.yaml, required marker file. Engine folder is optional during incubation. That way, incubation-only subjects have data hap but no engine. Build phase subjects have both. Deleted invalid subjects, missing marker, YAML, ignored. That gives us directory scan and discover candidates. Presence of data subject state.yaml calls valid subject. Everything else is optional until lifecycle state requires it. Now I need one single confirmation from you. Should subject state.yaml be A, minimal marker plus lifecycle state plus pointers, or B, full registry of everything, guild orders, snapshots, codex pointers, etc.? Keep it short, pick A or B, and we refine only that.
Why would we do a full registry? Because I'm wondering, like, what bothers me with that is it would be better if we just did that the YAML kind of just points to like where snapshots go, it points to where guild orders are, right? Um and then it would still state the same way it does right now that like the latest one is whatever one has the latest date, obviously, right? But if there are some on the same date, then it's just lexicographic reading.
Good, you're thinking correctly. We do not want a full registry. A full registry becomes redundant, fragile, constantly needing updates, a source of drift if something doesn't sync. You already have a better primitive. Open quote. The file system is the source of truth. Subject state.yaml just points. Close quote dot. So we go with A, minimal marker plus lifecycle state plus pointers. Let's refine that. Subject state YAML what it should contain, minimal plus powerful. It should contain only 1. Subject name, 2. Lifecycle state, incubation, talk draft, codex drafting, codex frozen, build planning, executing. 3. Pointers. Latest snapshot, latest continuity lock, active nullable, codex freeze marker nullable. That's it. No quest lists, no guild order lists, no file inventories. Everything else is discovered by scanning the file system. Why this is correct, because your rules already imply latest snapshot equals newest by timestamp. If same timestamp equals lexicographic order, artifacts are append only, state is derived from disk, not declared. So subject state YAML becomes the minimal anchor, the lifecycle state indicator, the pointer override if needed. The runtime scans data, sorts artifacts deterministically, applies pointer overrides if present, builds state header, that keeps it clean. Now the next precise question, should lifecycle state be A. Explicitly stored in subject state.yaml and authoritative, or B. Derived automatically from artifact presence, e.g. codex freeze exists, frozen? Pick one. Don't expand yet.
Explain more about what you mean by life cycle state first.
Good. Let's slow that down. When I say life cycle state, I mean, open quote, what phase the subject is currently in structurally, not conversationally, close quote dot. Not what are we talking about right now, but where is this project in its long-term evolution? For example, from your Stewart flow, 1. Incubation. You're brainstorming the idea. No TOC yet. No codex sections yet. 2. Talk draft. You've decided the idea is mature enough to generate a codex, table of contents. 3. Codex drafting. You're generating subsections one by one and auditing them. 4. Codex frozen. The codex is complete and locked. Build is now legal. 5. Guild orders planning. You're converting codex into version guild orders, V1, V2, etc. 6. Executing. You're actively executing quests from a guild orders document. That's life cycle. It answers, open quote, what kinds of actions are legal right now? Close quote. Examples. If life cycle state equals incubation, you cannot generate guild orders yet. If life cycle state equals codex drafting, you cannot execute quests. If life cycle state equals executing, you cannot reopen codex drafting without explicit transition. So life cycle state is a guardrail for valid transitions. Now the fork. Chap, option A. Explicit life cycle state in subject state.yaml. Use store. You can see the code in our conversation history. Runtime treats that as authoritative. Pros. Deterministic. Fast. No inference needed. Clean state machine enforcement. Cons, you must update it correctly every transition. Option B, derived from artifacts. Runtime infers state. If codex freeze marker exists, frozen. If codex sections exist but no freeze drafting. If guild orders folder exists, planning or executing, etc. Pros, less manual updating. Feels file system driven. Cons, ambiguity. Harder to enforce illegal transitions. Edge cases if artifacts partially exist. So lifecycle state is basically open quote. The runtime's answer to what mode is this subject in structurally? Close quote. Now, do you want that to be explicit and authoritative or emergent from artifacts?
But isn't it just gonna kind of know what state it already is in just from like for example, if it if you started and you just made a subject, but there is no codex freeze and no codex, it's already going to know that it's in an incubation stage. If there is a codex freeze, but there's no quests yet or anything, like say there's no guild orders or anything like that, then it obviously knows that the next thing it's going to be is just going to have to make guild orders. Like instead of doing like states that it's in, what if we made it like more like you have it kind of looks at what's available, right? And if you have um a codex and a codex freeze, but you don't have, like, if you have a table of contents and you only have sections of a codex, then obviously you're still generating the codex, right? Like it would know, like we should know, like that if you have nothing, first off, no subject, then it's obviously in the beginning, right? And then if you have subject but you don't have any quests, you don't have any guild orders, you don't have a codex or anything like that, then you're in the infancy. You haven't even generated the codex yet. It should know already, okay, you need to make codex then. So to do that, it's gonna have to see, like, start brainstorming, right? I think when it has a codex frozen, and it doesn't have guild orders, it's gonna know, like, okay, well, we have a codex, but we don't have any guild orders, so we have to generate guild orders. And and like we have guild orders, but there's no quests, then it's gonna have to generate quests. The thing is, like, I'm worried about, like, if you make it into just states that it's in, it's gonna, like, why can't it just be a little more freedom, like how we have it right now with when I drop it into you? Because it's not like it really needs to be in certain states at certain times, because if the person's like, okay, I want you to generate me um guild orders, then it should just have things in there that knows that if you need to make guild orders, you have to have a codex to anchor from. If you want to generate quests, then you need to have guild orders to generate anchor from and a codex to anchor from. If you want to execute quests, then you need to have quests. And if you need to have quests, then you need to have guild orders, which need to have a codex. Do you understand what I'm saying here? That it's not like it needs to be in necessarily in different states at a certain time. Um, because also sometimes you might just be like executing shit like I am with you, and then I have an idea or I need to make a note or something quickly to make a side quest with or something, right? Or like call a control sync right in the middle of quest executions because we need to like make some quick side quests or something, right? Like, I don't really think we should be having it stuck in a specific state at a time. I think we need to have more freedom and just make it so, like, when you want to generate certain things, you need to ensure that you have predecessors before then.
Yes, I understand exactly what you're saying, and you're right to be suspicious of rigid life cycle states. You're describing a dependency-driven system, not a phase-driven system. That's a very important distinction. What you're actually proposing, instead of, open quote, the subject is in state X, therefore only Y is allowed, close quote. You're proposing, open quote, actions are allowed if their structural prerequisites exist, close quote. That's a
Exactly.
constraint graph, not a linear state machine.
Yeah,
Let's formalize what you just said. You're defining legality like this. To generate codex TOC, no prerequisites other than subject exists. To generate codex sections, TOC must exist. To generate codex freeze, all sections must exist and pass audit. To generate guild orders,
yes.
codex freeze must exist. To generate quests, guild orders must exist. To execute quests, quests must exist. That's not a life cycle state. That's a directed acyclic dependency graph. And that's actually cleaner. Why this is powerful? Because it allows running execution, opening a control sync mid-execution, creating side quests, adding amendments, revisiting codex if governance allows it. Without needing to transition state, the runtime just checks, open quote, is this action structurally legal, close quote. Instead of, open quote, are we in the correct state, close quote. So instead of life cycle state, you want structural legality engine. At any moment, runtime determines what artifacts exist, what dependencies are satisfied, what actions are currently legal.
Exactly. Yeah, that's
That
so
gives
much
you
better.
freedom. Example. Subject folder contains, you can see the code in our conversation history. Runtime sees, codex exists, freeze exists, guild orders exist, quests exist. So legal actions include execute quest, create new guild order version, add side quest, open control sync, amend codex if governance allows. It doesn't need to be in a named state. What this avoids, artificial state transitions, getting stuck, having to manually update lifecycle state, conflicts between actual artifacts and declared state. The only thing we still need, even with dependency-based legality, we still need a way to detect, is codex complete, is freeze present, is a control sync active, but that's artifact-based, not state-based. So here's the clean distinction. Rigid lifecycle state machine, incubation, draft, freeze, build. Dependent
Okay, when you check if a codex freeze is active, in the codex file right now, as it stands, the way it works is you check if there's a codex freeze.md file. And there's only a codex freeze.md file when a codex is present. Like when a codex is done and it's finished, a codex.md file is also generated, right? That tells that this subject has a codex that's done, right? A finished one. Because sometimes you might have codex sections that aren't completely finished, right? Like you might have had it generating one subsection at a time so you can maximize your tokens, but then you stop midway through because you got to go, and then you get back and you have it generate the rest, right? But I think what we need for the table of contents to make it so the table of contents is present, the first thing is that we're supposed to have enough information generated through discoveries, which are going to be things like draft shots. As you're exploring and brainstorming the idea, the program in full with the AI, just like with you, when I was generating Stuart, I started just explaining. We had like a 3 or 4 or 5 hour session where I'm just talking to you and you were talking back. And the same way, kind of like what we're doing right now, we were brainstorming, mapping out the subject. So the fog of war was beginning to be lifted over time, right? Think of it as like legit fog of war and like an RTS where like you have your little base, you have your couple of guys, right? That's your seed, that's your first little tiny idea. And then as you start exploring the map, you find different things, right? You find a new gold mine, you find some like mobs to kill and stuff. Like these are discoveries, right? That's like me saying I think that Stuart should be able to translate transcriptions. Boom, there's a discovery, there's an idea, that's part of your system. And then when you say something like that, then the AI has to explore that further, right? Because it's going to wonder like, well, how do you want it to translate? There is like different dependency programs that you can get, that you can install, that you can work with that will translate. Or like when you had me use Fast Whisper and stuff like that, right? When I told you I wanted it to like diarize or do stuff like that, you were like giving me options of how we would do that, right? So because if I told you that like I want Stuart to transcribe audio, that's not enough. That's not like you think it sounds like it's enough. Okay, the AI is just going to do that, but no, you need to know how it's going to transcribe the audio, right? What method is it going to use? Are you going to create that program or no? Or do you want to use one that's existing already? So as you're exploring an idea and that fog of war is lifted, you're starting to have discoveries. So you have an idea, just like right now, where I was just talking to you and we just decided to make it so there's like structural prerequisites instead. So it's a dependency driven system, not a phase driven. That's a discovery right there. So the AI would have to know while you're exploring a subject, that's a discovery and that needs to be logged, right? And I don't know whether the best way to do that is from that we just keep the entire transcription of the chat record in like a MD file, and then after you're done your control sync, your incubation control syncs, it just goes through the entire thing. And I don't know how good you are at going through like a 1,000,000 character document and pulling out all the stuff that is relevant to creating an idea like a program. Maybe you're really good at that. Maybe we can make it so you go through the document several times, right? I don't know if that's possible and we can do that. And if any time, second time, it brings like third, fourth, fifth time, it brings more information out and then shows contradictions and stuff. The other way is that you start grabbing things if it is like a decision, right? If it's a locked decision when you come to that. But to create the table of contents, the prerequisite would be, is there enough information covered? It would almost have to be a prompt. Like if the person asks, okay, ready to create the table of contents, or if it asks to create the table of contents, it would almost have to be like a prompt that kind of like how we had Ashby with a personality. Like it goes through a file when every time Ashby responds, he's got a personality Python file that goes through, right? And it tells him how he's supposed to be. To create the table of contents, it would almost have to be the same way, where it would generate and ask the AI, is there, before you proceed to the table of contents, is your idea, all of the information you have, all the files that you have access to right now and information, is it enough to fully and deterministically create a table of contents that if those sections of that table of contents were filled out with all the content per subsection, that it would fully and completely, with zero ambiguity, end to end, describe that program as if it exists already, right? And if it determines that there is enough, or if it reviews everything again and goes, actually, if I didn't have any knowledge of this idea and then I was reading all this information, there are some parts, like, I don't know if this guy wants to go cloud-based or local, for example, right? Maybe they never covered that or something. So it needs to know and think of every single angle and hit the idea from every single angle and then decide, like, okay, there actually is enough to write a table of contents. There isn't, or there isn't, right? So I don't know if we make that like a file that when it comes time to generate the table of contents, it kind of uses some kind of prompt that tells it to kind of audit all that information and ensure that there's zero ambiguity, absolutely zero conflict of conflicting ideas and anything else. Oh yeah. Better. Sweet. Okay, this looks good. Let's fucking go like this. Delete this one. Take these buffs here. We're gonna archive these. New folder 2026 02.17. There we are. Back. We're gonna go to archives. That's in here. Let's just go buffs history. Back. Archive this one. Perfect. Back. We're gonna go buffs. Here's a me. So let's zip this, extract all. Buffs. Nice. Beat. Beat. What was this all about? Why would he update? I guess you heard me say update that, and I guess you assumed I wanted it updated, but I didn't really. I was just asking, I was making conversation. It was good that you did update it, but I was still exploring things with you. So can you review my entire last message again, and without assuming that I wanted you to update the draft shot, and then please review it and give me an answer back?
Yeah, I reread it. Here's the actual answer to what you were wrestling with. 1. Codex freeze plus codex.md marker logic. Your current rule is solid. Codex drafting can be partial, toc-c, some sections. Freeze is explicit, codex freeze.md, and only appears when the codex is done. Finished codex gets a consolidated codex.md, so there's a single this is the codex artifact. That's the right approach because it avoids infer completion bullshit. 2. The real problem you're circling, TOC readiness. You're asking, how do we know when we've explored enough to write a deterministic end-to-end TOC? And you're right, this is not just user says generate TOC and we do it. Because if the exploration is missing key decisions, the TOC will either silently assume things bad, or become vague and ambiguous, also bad. So TOC generation needs a readiness gate. Number 3, how to do TOC readiness without making it rigid states. You don't need life cycle states. You need a readiness audit procedure. Think of it like a pre-flight for TRC. Inputs, current artifacts, raw chat log, discoveries, draft shots, any notes, governance rules about codex quality. Outputs, ready or not ready. If not ready, a gap list of missing decisions, plus contradictions, questions to ask next. That matches your Canada law vibe. It's just something the system does before it drafts TOC. 4, logging strategy. Raw transcript versus incremental discoveries. You're debating 2 capture styles. A, one big append-only transcript, extract later. Pros, 0 chance of missing anything, simplest to implement. Cons, extraction from massive logs can miss edge details, contradictions may hide unless you do multipass, plus structured checking. B, incremental capture of discoveries, decisions during conversation. Pros, cleaner, more structured idea map. As you go, TOC readiness becomes easier because you have explicit discoveries. Cons, you can miss stuff if you fail to capture it live, requires a reliable decision detector, LLM plus rules. Answer, do both. Transcript is the ground truth evidence. Incremental discoveries are the working memory. If incremental capture misses something, you can recover it from the transcript during TOC readiness audit. That's the best of both worlds and matches your don't miss a single fucking thing requirement. 5, multi-pass extraction idea. You'll read it several times thought. That's legit. You can formalize it. Pass 1, extract facts, decisions, requirements. Pass 2, extract unknowns, open questions. Pass 3, contradiction scan, decisions that conflict. Pass 4, completeness scan against a checklist of system dimensions, local versus cloud, storage, UI profiles, evidence model, etc. Even if each pass is imperfect, the combination catches more. So yes, make TOC readiness audit a deterministic procedure with multiple passes and structured outputs. Number 6, what the runtime should do when it detects not ready. Exactly what you described. It should ask the missing questions. Example, I can't draft a deterministic TOC because deployment profile, local hybrid cloud is unspecified. Storage target is unspecified. Execution profile disclosure rules are unspecified. Subject folder structure is undecided. That's how it becomes smart like you are here, except governed and repeatable. Net, your instincts are right. Freeze is explicit. TOC needs a readiness audit. Logging should be transcript plus incremental discoveries. Multipass extraction is a good mechanism to reduce omissions contradictions. If you want, next we can define what goes into the gap list format fields, so it's consistent and can be used repeatedly during incubation.
Take the draft shot with that shit, man. Oh, what the fuck? No longer exists. Hey. Well, that. Are you sure you updated that with everything there? Like, we need that detailed because I don't want to miss any of that. Like, that was a big decision that we just landed on with doing that shit. And we can't leave a single detail out because it needs to be. This draft shot is so when I load it into you tomorrow as a snapshot, you don't miss a single fucking little idea, right? We need to make sure that sticks. So it's like, so the draft shot can't be like heuristics. It's got to be like, you just totally forgot everything I just told you, but you read this and don't miss a single tiny detail. Okay, hopefully that he miss any of. Okay, so I want you to fully read our governance again, and the one inside the cannon and the cannon zip, and read inside that cannon zip so you can see the governance one, and then review it all and see how our system works end to end. Not the runtime, not the engine. Look at the governance one and read it end to end. You might have to unzip it and then look through it all again. Map out how the system works end to end and ensure that the runtime, like, see, like, I guess we've figured out already a lot of what needs to be done in the runtime in order for it to be a runtime now. Wow, is it actually running right now? No fucking way. See. One, 2, 7, yeah, there we go. Oh. Now see. Okay. A run. What happens? Okay.
Yep. I re-unzipped and reread the governance end-to-end, both copies, then mapped the whole system into an end-to-end runtime model. Where the two governance copies live, canonical for this session, read-only data, canon/gov AI1010, Synapse OS or governance, AI10/. Editable governance inside your canon, Synapse OS canon work, /Synapse OS canon 1. Synapse OS governance, Synapse OS governance 1010. They are byte identical right now. 90 files versus 90 files, 0 hash diffs, no drift between law ref and canon copy. Full end-to-end system map artifact. I wrote the complete map as a durable file, so we're not relying on chat memory. Download Synapse OS Score Governance End-to-End Map 2026-017.md. Please open your app to see this link. That doc includes the governance structure, the authoritative locks processes, the rehydration manifest behavior from synapse state.yaml, the end-to-end operational loop, and the runtime responsibility map, what code must exist to enforce each law. And after how it works end-to-end in plain English. Here's the clean end-to-end flow the governance defines. 1. Boot, rehydrate. Runtime validates governance. Schema plus required read order. Loads continuity artifacts, bootstrap prompt, buffs, continuity lock, execution packs. Loads snapshots, guild orders, quest board per the manifest. Builds a state header so the LLM doesn't guess. 2. World state gate, fog of war, default. Fog stays active unless Codex FreezeDMD exists and contains hands approval. While fogged, exploration's incubation is allowed. Execution commitments are forbidden. No accepting quests, no active raids, no ready-to-execute claims. 3. Incubation, idea exploration. The system captures discoveries, decisions. Control sync can happen during fog. You can draft TRC codex sections, but no freeze until proven. 4. TOC codex formation, when hands commands it. Governance explicitly requires a completeness sweep, your TOC readiness audit. Then, TOC sections 1 by 1 audit each, stitch full codex, freeze marker. 5. Freeze lifts fog. Now it's legal to go. Codex guild orders, dungeons, quests, execution. 6. Dailies, raids, quests, control sync, decide scope, implement, test, snapshot, stop, resume. Truth gate plus execution audits require receipts, std-out, std-er, exit codes, diffs, etc. 7. Artifacts are the truth. Snapshots are immutable receipts. Draft shots are incremental session continuity scaffolding with strict rules. No claiming shit happened without evidence. What runtime is right now in your engine repo? Inside your canon, eminent data task canon slash synapse or canon synapse engine runtime slash. Right now, it's a deterministic governance validator. Synapse Doctor exists. It validates governance root plus schema plus required read order. File items. Pointer items are informational only, as intended. It's not yet the full conversational OS until it also has subject rehydration plus subject doctor, skeleton, fogs, required packs. Chat harness plus control sync transcript logging. Artifact writer, append-only logs, atomic rights, receipts, executor evidence capture, truthgate enforcement. That's not guild orders. That's just the gap map between governance law and runtime enforcement. If you want, next we can pick one slice of that map and go deeper. Still codex mode, not build mode. E.g., define the exact state header payload the runtime must assemble at boot, because that's the backbone of LLM knows what's going on without any fucking guessing.
I want you to review that governance folder again. And I want you to completely grok the system again. I just want you to keep familiarizing yourself with it again, so you know it inside out, so you know how this system works. So you can imagine how it would work. It's not necessarily a runtime itself. Like, the only thing that makes it a runtime is that it lets the AI touch files on your computer. And then the laws, like telling it what guild orders are, what a codex is, what quests are, what audits for the quests are, I just want those to be enforced, like as if they're weights it was trained on, so it's just second knowledge, just secondhand knowledge. It just knows. Necessarily kind of first-hand knowledge, actually, so it just knows what that stuff is. But instead of you or the AI, like you are right now, how you make these files in your MNT/data, you write Python in your MNT/data, you store these in engine, you follow my rules already pretty damn good right now. I want you to be able to do that right on my computer. That's the whole point of this. But then you can follow the laws without drifting as well. The old. Here it is. Pier. Hey. Wi-Fi. That's why. Durr. This is doing this bullshit. Doing this. I fucking hate Microsoft Home. Here it is. Okay. Oh boy. Okay.
All right, Governance Pack Canon V10 is fully ingested end-to-end, 9090 files. No skimming, no I glanced at it, no bullshit. Canonical working tree declared zip is inert. Canonical governance root /level data / Synapse OS governance AI10 / Synapse OS governance AI10. Zip is now inert / element data Synapse OS governance at 10.zip. Receipts provable. You can see the code in our conversation history. Full inventory receipt, path plus line count, SHA-12. This is the I really rid the whole damn thing proof. You can see the code in our conversation history. Governance is now enforced. From this point forward, I will enforce hard, no helpful exceptions. Truth gate. I don't claim a damn thing happened without receipts, diffs output paths. Canonical working tree. One canon, one root, no parallel trees, zip stays inert. Engine versus data boundary. Continuity artifacts live in subject data. Deliverable lives in subject engine. World state. Default fog of war until codex freeze marker exists on disk. Subject data codex freeze.md with explicit hands approval. Consent gate. R2 equals hard stop until an on-disk confirmation artifact exists with confirm yes. Quest validation plus execution audits. No accepted without audit bundle pointer plus legality. No completed without pass block truth plus receipts. Chunking law. Anything large gets deterministic chunking plus sentinels. No truncation roulette. Disclosure gate event. Active blocker. You said you'll drop the Ashby cannon when I'm ready. I'm ready, but governance requires I explicitly declare what's missing and what that blocks. Disclosure gate event. Trigger required. Subject artifacts, Ashby data engines, rehydration components are not present yet, so rehydration plus execution authority cannot be established.
Well,
Expected. A canonical subject working tree containing at minimum subject data with subject state.yaml buffs, codex, quest board, snapshots, etc. Subject engine, the deliverable repo workspace. The subject's latest rehydration pack artifacts pointers per your operating model. Provable. Governance pack exists and is readable at /element data / Synapse OS governance AI10 / Synapse OS governance AI10. Synapse state.yaml schema validation pass, receipt above. No subject canonical root has been provided yet in this workspace. Status labels, blocked. Subject rehydration, no Ashby cannon present. Unknown, world state for Ashby, fog versus lifted, because codex freeze.md cannot be checked. Unverified, any latest snapshot, latest pack for Ashby, no files to inspect. Impact, I cannot legally claim continuity, pick latest anything, accept quests, or execute changes against Ashby. Next safe action is ingest the Ashby canon and declare its canonical root. Safe options. 1. Upload a single zip containing both Ashby data and Ashby engine at the zip root. 2. Upload 2 zips, 1 data, 1 engine, and will extract exactly once into 1 canonical root. 3. If Ashby is brand new, upload data only first and will run initialization under fog of war, no execution. Decision needed. From hands, upload the Ashby canon, data plus engine, to establish the subject CWT. One governance inconsistency I'm flagging locks win. There's a direct conflict inside the governance text. Lock fogofwar.md allows drafting paused guild orders and board quests under Fog of War. Processes Synapse guild subject initialization and incubation.txt says do not generate guild orders and do not generate quests under Fog of War. Per authority order, locks processes, so I will enforce the lock behavior, drafting allowed, execution acceptance forbidden. If you want, we can fix that drift later via governance control sync, but I'm not touching governance files without you ordering it. I'm ready.
Okay.
Drop the Ashby cannon. Preferred upload format, cleanest, least ambiguity.
A second, buddy.
You can see the code in our
Let's fix
conversation
something
history.
quickly.
When you upload it, 1. Extract once, declare Ashby CWT root, zip goes inert.
Let me
2.
go like this.
Run buff up, read subject buffs. 3. Rehydrate via latest pointers / snapshots in the required order. 4.
So-
Determine world state fog versus lifted by checking codex score freeze.md.
Here.
If you want the planning forum active immediately, start your next message with control sync and we'll do it properly. Now toss me the fucking Ashby cannon.
Even see.
Harry did that. Answer. No. Be able to just. Okay, I'll be right back. Back to point. So, first one is right Piney Audio. There. Next one's at print. Fuck. Nope. Valid. I have to get one. Let's see. Okay. That last. Okay. See here. Got our new token now. Oh shit, okay. Okay. Now we run it. Oh. Happens now. Okay. Right. See if that works. Good. Now let's see if that works. That should diarize now. Okay.
Yep. I redid it for real, not vibes. Canonical trees I'm using right now, Canon. Editable working tree, /ment data Synapse OS core Canon. Editable governance copy, /ent data Synapse OS Canon. Synapse OS governance, Synapse OS governance 10. Engine embedded governance. What runtime code will actually load? Date Synapse OS Canon on. Synapse OS engine /governance. Read-only AI10 reference, separate extract. Binent governance ref AI10 /synapse governance AI1010 /. Proof I read every bit, no skimming bullshit. I did a full byte read of every file and computed SHA-256 manifests. AI10 ref pack, 90 files, 479,271 bytes. Canon editable pack, 90 files, 79,271 bytes. Engine embedded governance, 94 files, same 90 plus 4 extras. Ref ves Canon editable, 0 diffs, byte identical. Engine governance, identical plus extras, govindex.yaml, govir schema.json, file tree.txt, conversion queue.yaml. Artifacts, download, enforcement map, how runtime must ingest, plus enforce governance. Governance review, rehydration and enforcement map 2026-0218MD. Please open your app to see this link. Receipts, hash manifest stats, governance manifest ref10.csv. Please open your app to see this link. Governance manifest edit in canon.csv. Please open your app to see this link. Governance manifest engine process.csv. Please open your app to see this link. Governance review stats JSON. Please open your app to see this link. What I grok now, inside out mental model. Here's the clean way to think about it. Governance is the law. Runtime is the enforcement machine. The governance pack already defines what bootstrap prompt buff/continuity lock are, what control sync is, what draft shots are, what codex guild orders quests are, what gates exist, truth gate, disclosure gate, consent gate, risk rubric, execution audits, and the hard override rules, locks. The runtime becomes a runtime the moment it can 1. Read-write your real file system, and 2. Enforce those gates deterministically, and 3. Produce durable artifacts to receipts instead of narration. Feels like weights. Equals always hot law stack plus deterministic gates. You can't literally retrain weights locally every session, so the runtime has to approximate baked in by doing two things. A. Always hot in context laws, never optional. Active bootstrap prompt, active buffs, active continuity lock, locks, truth gate plus disclosure gate. These stay pinned every session, so the model just knows and doesn't drift. B. Everything else equals retrievals enforcement. Processes, templates, / definitions are retrieved on demand or by workflow, but they're enforced by code, doctor plus validators, audit harness, so the LLM can't helpfully reinterpret shit. Engine governance already hints at the implementation that govindex.yaml plus govir schema.json in Synapse OS engine /governance/ is basically screaming, Compile governance into an index IR for retrieval enforcement domains, so you don't have to shove the entire pack into the prompt every time. If you want the shortest possible, imagine it running on your PC description, consistent with governance. Boot, Dr. Pass, rehydrate active subject, build state header, start chat immediately. You talk normally, runtime logs everything, LLM proposes actions, runtime checks legality, locks gates, runtime writes artifacts, runtime runs commands with receipts, snapshots, draft shots / control sync are just governed file operations. That's the whole fucking thing.
How would the runtime write the artifacts? Because, like, you have to still fill out, like, guild orders and, like, guild orders doesn't have, like, a specific exact template. Like, it does. Like, it has, like, the template would be, like, Dungeon 1, Dungeon 2, Dungeon 3, right? But then the runtime doesn't just know what to put in Dungeon 1 and Dungeon 2. Like, that stuff gets figured out because I'm talking to you, right? So if I asked you right now, generate me guild orders or something like that, you would have to just look like how we make guild orders and then generate them, right? So I need the LLM to be generating that stuff, and then it gets put into a folder, right? Fire Rising now? Oh, well, it does. Interesting. So interested to see how this turns. Locate governance. Root. Validate schema. Locate subject data roots and infer active subject or ask hands if ambiguous. Load latest rehydration pack and buffs. Snapshots per manifest. Present a state header to the agent. What exists? What is active? What is blocked? Incubation. Governance law. Log locks. Cloud. Exploration. Discovery capture. Control sync alignment. POC drafting. Codex section drafting. Nope. These claims. Drafting guild orders into pause. Drafting quests to board as proposals. Forbidden. Accepting quests. Activating raids. Claiming execution rate. Proven.
Exactly. The runtime doesn't decide content. It decides where it goes, how it's structured, and how it's proven. The LLM decides the words inside Dungeon 1/3. So artifact writing is a two-part contract. Number 1, LLM produces content in a governed format. When you say generate guild orders, the LLM's job is read the relevant artifacts, codex freeze any discoveries, decisions, draft a guild orders document that matches the governance structure, dungeons, etc. Include whatever your governance requires, scope, assumptions, etc. That's the brain part, like how we do it right now in chat. Number 2, runtime writes it as an artifact with receipts. The runtime's job is pick the correct canonical path in the subject's data, choose a deterministic file name version, write atomically, update pointers if you use pointers, log the act of writing, receipt. Example flow, generate guild orders. Precondition, hard gate, codexfreeze.md exists. Then, 1, runtime assembles inputs to show the LLM, codex file, freeze marker, latest continuity lock, draft shots, discoveries, any existing guild orders versions. 2, LLM returns, human-facing explanation, optional. Artifact payload, the actual markdown for guild orders DEMD, metadata, title, version intent, dungeon list, etc. 3, runtime writes, subject's name, data, guild orders slug v timestamp, MD plus a receipt, subject/nata audits /receipt write guild orders timestamp. JSON containing path written, SHA-256 of content, timestamp, source inputs, which codex freeze was referenced, model profile used, local, hybrid cloud. So the artifact becomes verifiable and traceable to what it was based on. The key point, the runtime enforces structure plus legality's evidence. The LLM fills in the actual plan, dungeons, quests, content, because that requires reasoning and context from your conversation. That's how you get natural language interaction, no commands, but deterministic file system truth. How it avoids random nonsense gets saved. 2 guardrails. 1, readiness, gating. Guild orders are illegal unless codex freeze exists. Quests are illegal unless guild orders exist. Execution is illegal unless quests exist. This is dependency-driven legality. 2, audit pass. Before the runtime writes the artifact, it can run a deterministic audit step. Does it include dungeons? Does it reference codex version freeze? Does it follow required headings? If it fails, it refuses to write and asks the LLM to repair. So, LLM drafts, validator checks, runtime writes. If you want to go one level deeper, the next thing to specify is the artifact payload format the LLM must return. Example, you can see the code in our conversation history. Do you want that payload format to be YAML or JSON?
Just get this damn thing written so I can run it. So section 12.3 is 12 kilobytes. If I go in the actual build manual right now, 12.3, 9 kilobytes. Wow, that's gonna replace a lot of shit here, isn't it? Pretty much every single one from 5.7 onward, replacing. So we got 7. Here we go. 6.7.7.1. Oh. Oh. Huge. Two. Okay, so let's place all these. We're okay. So still diarizing, eh? Wow.
Yeah, We have enough to build a first real runtime and wire it to an LLM API, Gemini, without breaking your governance philosophy. The missing bits are implementation details, wiring plus artifact writers, chat harness, not conceptual unknowns. Why this is feasible now. Your governance already defines what the AI must do. Control sync, draft shots, codecs, guild orders, quests, audits, truth gating. The runtime just needs to provide. 1. Boot plus rehydration scan, build the state header from disk. 2. Chat harness, turns plus logging. 3. LM adapter, Gemini call. 4. Artifact writer, write outputs plus receipts. 5. Hard gates, dependency legality, freeze required for guild orders, etc. Gemini is a perfectly fine first API target. Google's official current Python SDK is Google Gemini. The older Google Generative I is legacy deprecated. What first runtime would look like? Minimal but real. One command or one launcher that gives you chat immediately. Loads governance root plus validates schema, doctor. Scans subjects plus detects active control sync plus latest draft shot pointers. Starts chat loop. Every message, LLM response, runtime writes artifacts and receipts. If you say open control sync, it flips logging mode on and starts appending turns to a transcript. If you say generate guild orders, runtime checks prerequisites, codex freeze exists. Before allowing it, no giant command zoo, just chat. Tash Gemini API wiring, the actual plug point. Use Google Geni and an API key, Gemini API key. Google's Quick Start explicitly calls out generate content and the envar behavior. Skeleton adapter, conceptually. You can see the code in our conversation history. Model availability changes fast. Google literally shuts down preview models on specific dates, so the runtime should treat model name as config, not hard-coded. Pricing credit burn, token-based, with free tier limits depending on model and whether you're grounding, searching, etc. Do we have enough codex decisions to try it? Yes, because the first runtime test is not build the entire Synapse OS forever. It's prove the harness can chat, rehydrate from disk, write artifacts correctly, enforce don't do illegal actions gates. The LLM handles content generation, guild orders text, only after the runtime confirms prerequisites. That's exactly what you want. LLM proposes, runtime enforces, artifacts prove. No bullshit. If you want, tell me what you're calling the first subject folder, Synapse Stuart Ashby, and I'll specify the exact artifact paths plus file names for. Control sync transcript, draft shot updates, TOC readiness audit output, ready not ready plus gap list, guild orders doc plus receipt, and then we wire Gemini to fill the text content inside those files.
All right, let's see, jackass. Or just go like this.
Okay, I want you to picture a scenario. It's one I think everyone listening has been in, whether you're a coder, a writer, just anyone trying to organize something big. It's like 11:00 p.m. You are deep in the zone with an AI, you're building something complex, maybe a full stack web app, maybe a novel.
Oh yeah, that feeling of infinite leverage. You feel like you have a whole team right there in your browser.
Exactly. It's connecting dots you didn't even see, it's writing perfect code, it's practically reading your mind. You feel like a wizard. But then, biology, you have to sleep. You close the laptop, you come back the next morning, coffee in hand, ready to pick up where you left off. You open a new chat window, and it's just gone.
The magic is dead.
Completely dead. The AI has totally forgotten the architecture of Synapse, something they call the loop. And it starts with a phase that I think most of us just skip entirely. It's called incubation.
This is the part that stops you from making the biggest mistake in AI co-working. Just starting.
Guilty. I usually just type, hey, let's build a website, and off we go.
And that works for about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But then your context window just fills up with bad ideas, backtracking, total confusion. Synapse OS enforces a strict separation between designing and building.
Done. This now. Diag this. Go here. And meeting speakers 2. Herman run. That's totally. How much con? Yeah, if I can read this entire thing, it's yeah, how much X it has left. Oh no! No way! The entire thing still has X left. Amazing. Okay, well, this is what I want you to do. I have something I want you to do, buddy. I'm gonna go like this. We're gonna open up Synapse Guild in a separate window. The Ashby. Keyword. We're gonna go into the apps one, and we're gonna go like this. We're gonna apply all this. Go like this. Home, not likely. Feet. Back. Dot ident. Perfect. Okay, so there is a file folder called titled Stewart for app in home / not so likely. See if he does this quick. Go to here. Back. Quest. So we do build orders. Active. Paused. Here we're gonna do this fucking quest. Full ingest space for you. Your app. Their canonical. Okay. Okay. Works. See if this works. If you can. Okay, I'll provide them. I shall provide them for you. It did it. No way. Yo, did he fix it? Heat. Jelly. No way. Binary render. No way. Look. No way. Hold on a second. Go like this. Text. Hey, you. Why does it say that? Listen to this. Hear that. That's weird. That's gonna have to be fixed. I'm gonna see if you fix. Then grab these files, these into it. Stewart or app zip is Stewart or app. It's already zipped. You can find all the files needed inside slash not so references. You must read the two text files with word space for UI in their titles. Full. And by the goal. By the goal stated. You will work the underscore engine stewards the be into let's see here.
Yep, that's the right first runtime test. Boot chat with LLM. LLM can write files DIRs on your PC, run commands, read outputs, logs, react. You don't need full governance enforcement on day one. You need a tight harness with 4 things that work flawlessly. 1, chat loop turns in out. 2, tools the LLM can invoke, file system shell. 3, artifact writer writes structured shit to correct folders, receipts. 4, real-time feedback, command output plus log tail, file reads. Below is the cleanest minimal build that won't turn into spaghetti. Minimal runtime contract MVP. Allowed capabilities. Create directories files only under your canonical tree, e.g. home not so likely Synapse OS / run commands only from allow listed working DARs, e.g. subject engined folders. Read files logs anywhere in that tree. Every write produces a receipt, path SHA-56 plus timestamp plus tool that wrote it. The loop, you type normally. LLM replies normally and optionally emits a structured tool plan, JSON. Runtime executes the tools, captures outputs, appends them back into context, repeats. That's it. Hack directory layout on your PC. Inside your WSL canonical, you can see the code in our conversation history. Artifacts go in. You can see the code in our conversation history. The tool set you need, only 2 tools to start. Tool 1, fs.list path. fs.read path max bytes, fs.write path content kdirs true, path fs.exists path. Tool 2, shell.run cwd timeout 60, captures sidout cdir exit code. Optional but nice, fs.tailpath lines it 200 for logs. What real-time means here? You won't get inotify streaming day 1, you'll get polling. After any command run, read stdir/steadout, expected log file fs.read or fs.tail on your request. What's in the error logs? The LLM calls fs.tail, that's still real-time enough to debug. Gemini API wiring, minimal. You set Gemini API key in your shell env. Use a config file so model isn't hard-coded, runtime/config.yaml. You can see the code in our conversation history. The actual harness code skeleton, what you implement, runtime synapse.py, loads config, starts interactive loop, maintains rolling context buffer, last end turns, last tool outputs, writes chat transcript artifact every turn. Cloud runtime adapters, Gemini client.py, generate messages, assistant text. Runtimes tools, fstool.py, runtimes tools shul.py, enforce allow lists, do the real operations. Runtimes artifacts, writer.py, write artifact kind, subject name, content, write receipt, paths, SHA-256's, tool outputs. What working looks like, your test script. You run one command. You can see the code in our conversation history. Then, you say in chat, 1, start subject Stewart, runtime creates subject Stewart data and subject Stewart engine, plus an initial chat log plus receipt 2. Create a Python file that prints hello and run it. LLM calls. fs.write subject Stewart engines hello.shell.run python 3 hello.cwd=/engine. Runtime shows output, logs receipt. 3, break it on purpose and fix it. LLM runs file, sees traceback, edits file, reruns 4, Make a tiny fast API app. Run it, curl it, confirms it can create DARs, manage deps, run processes, see errors. That proves the core loop. Now hash one critical guardrail so you don't get wrecked. The runtime must refuse writes outside allow listed paths. No exceptions. Otherwise you'll eventually say clean up old stuff and the model will RMRF something stupid. You want the harness to be a prison with a yard, not open wilderness. If you want, I can write you the exact Python files for this harness, minimal but solid, wired to Gemini with JSON tool call schema, allow list enforcement, receipts, SHA-256, chat transcript artifact. You paste it into your WSL repo and run it. Tell me one thing only. Your desired canonical root path is exactly /homes not so likely /Synapse OS, right?
Grab Ashby data and we're gonna overwrite the one inside there. Oh. Data. Data can go. Let's see that. Continuing. Full data. Both home / not so like. Good. Holy shit, can he actually follow my governance? What? No way. Is this actually gonna work? Don't fucking tell me he's actually gonna follow governance. This is unreal. Holy shit. If he actually follows this is nuts. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Like this. Accept. Dungeon. Quests from the quest board. Hey. In execution of first quest. No way. Did you unzip the steward or app.zip hide -b data /steward docs the text files inside the docs related to dungeon, the active build. View dungeon 1 in build order. You are completing quests. Yo, this is fucking unreal. Is it actually following my governance? This is unreal. Yo, holy shit. Oh my gosh. Unreal. Real. It's just executing my shit. Unreal. Literally just watching this thing work. Where the fuck did my phone go? Deal. Auto running all these quests. Look. Quest 8 did that one. Doing all this shit. Activated the quest. Auto fills out this stuff. That's from my quest files right there. Like, holy shit. It asks me when it needs to install stuff and I approve it. This is working exactly how I wanted it to. Oh my gosh. This is ridiculous. It's just auto installing this shit. I mean, auto activating everything. Like, all it's doing is it's following my freaking quests. And it, oh my god. This is, oh my god, this is amazing. And I don't even have to say next quest, next quest, next quest. It just automatically does it the whole time. Holy shit. Kill. Codex, read my governance, runtime governance package inside Synapse or OS. And the exact state that it's in when I dropped to the cannon, and it's trying to govern it. Bulls side. Buffs, execute all the new quests automatically. This is what I wanted. Able to just governance and enforce like I wanted. Did we even waste time building it? How do we make it so Codex it's forced by these? Is it already because of the animals and shit we and doctor we put in? Would it operate the same to them? Low is what it's doing so far. Contract. First, create a single file on the repo root. Governs through that codex is told to read first every time. Yo, we need to do this. Oh man, this is exactly what I wanted. A fucking system that follows this shit. And then all I need to do is make codexes our term. That can be broken into guild orders. Yes. Holy shit.
Good. Then don't overbuild it. You already hit the fucking jackpot. What you wanted was a governed operator that reads your laws, rehydrates from artifacts, asks before risky shit, executes quests, writes receipts, doesn't drift. And Codex is doing it. So the move isn't build a whole new runtime. The move is turn this into a repeatable contract so it never regresses. 1. Freeze the agent boot contract as the single entry point law, one file, always first, that says where governance lives, what to read in what order, rehydration, what constitutes a legal action, when to stop and ask, what receipts are mandatory, how quests move states. This is the thing you hand to any agent, Codex now, Gemini later, and it behaves the same. Dash 2. Lock the folder structure, naming. Codex is working because it can see the map. Make sure the map is
This
stable.
is unreal.
Canon routes,
Did
subject
it just
routes,
fucking
quest
write
board
everything
folders,
already?
audit receipt folders, Codex freeze markers.
This is
Dash
unreal.
3. Make Doctor pass the required pre-flight every session. Even if Codex is doing it implicitly, you want it explicit. Start session, run Doctor. If fail, only
Holy
fix governance state
shit.
until pass. 4. Codex, guild orders, quests, execute becomes the only highway. That's your whole system. You write the Codex, your term. For the subject, Codex gets broken into guild orders into quests, quests executed with receipts. Everything else is optional flavor. One thing I want to make sure you don't miss. Codex, the agent, is behaving like this because you gave it persistent artifacts. So your system's real engine is not a runtime binary. It's the artifact protocol plus rehydration quest lifecycle. That's the Synapse OS core. If you want to solidify this properly, tell me exactly which 3.5 files Codex reads first. Bootstrap prompt, buffs, continuity lock, etc. I'll distill them into a single boot contract that makes this behavior deterministic forever. And then you can stop worrying about will it drift and just build.
What the fuck, bro? Fuck. Try this out now. Boom. Okay. Check this out. Actually work. See. What? Are you fucking kidding me? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Hey, dude. Fix, what's going on? For you. The Noose 80. So one thing it's not doing is it's not fully doing the audits entirely. It does a receipt, but it doesn't do all the other stuff. And then it did an audit on the last two quests of 88 and 89 when I executed them. And I'll give you like it's doing these last ones, but it didn't do audits the other time. But it is filling them out properly. So can you check our governance and see why it would skip doing that stuff? But this is sick. This governance fucking pack I made is amazing. Works so fucking well. Just starts building programs for me. All I need to do is talk them into existence, and he follows my governance pack and makes build orders and makes quests and shit and starts executing them all. Man, you do it? Yes. Let's do it again. Okay. It's already having an error. Oh, it was already having an error, bro. Okay. I have the other one open, is that why? Oh shit. Okay. Building a meeting. It's like what it does is it takes audio and it transcribes audio, it diarizes it so it separates speakers from each other, and then it does what I call formalization. So it takes like audio, it transcribes it, and then it formalizes it. So if you have like a meeting, it's all started because a lot of people do meetings, like meeting minutes and stuff manually. They fill out logs and stuff like that manually. And then when they need to find something from like 3 or 4 weeks ago, they got to go through their manual logs and find it and shit. Where this will record like an entire meeting from beginning to end, and then it will transcribe the entire meeting. It'll separate all the speakers. So if you had like 5 different speakers, it'll separate each one, and then you can do an overlay to put in, like, have it auto assign the names, and then it'll take. It does what's called formalization rather than a summarization, because the summarization implies that like there's loss of context essentially, but a formalization takes all of the information from that transcription and then formalizes it in a structured way that takes all of the relevant information, like decisions that were made, upcoming decisions, you know, important topics that were brought up and stuff like that, and then it structures it in an organized way. And then it's an AI chat layer as well, so you can just talk to it. So you can be like, bring me up all the meetings where we discuss changing the locks on the doors, and it'll bring up all those meetings. And then you can be like, bring me up all the meetings that Greg attended. It'll bring up all those, and you can talk to it and be like, what do you think about this one or that one or whatever else, right? These decisions or anything like that, or did we ever make a decision on X or something like that, right? And then it can do so much more than that too, where it can do like incident reporting and stuff like that too. So you do the recording for incident meetings, and then it can take like emotions and stuff like that it can hear, and it applies that as well. But it's just everybody does meeting minutes manually still a lot of the time, and this will eliminate a lot of that. Be able to pull up anything just by typing it in, and then most places they also, like, the way they do meeting minutes as well, they usually have like a log or a template already, and a lot of places wouldn't want to change. Like my mother works at a nursing home, and they have a way they do meeting minutes. It's all manual, and they already have a log, so they structured it in a certain way. So places like that aren't so willing to take like, okay, this is great, but, you know, we already have a way that we kind of log everything, which is no problem at all, because with Stuart, you can upload a photo or describe the log or anything like that, and we call formalizations templates. So you can choose different templates to structure your meeting minutes in. So you could have like if you have a log already that your business uses, you can just take a picture of it, load it into the chat with Stuart, and then since it's AI, it'll take that and it'll apply the same structure from the meeting minutes, and they'll have a full transcription as well. But it also is for like journaling, creator mode, stuff like that as well. Journaling is more like verbatim, but it takes out like all the likes and uhs and ums and all that shit like that, and repetition and everything, and makes it a little more neater. But I also built a governance system that governs OpenAI's codex. So it automatically follows a specific laws that it has. So we have something called Synapse OS, and what it does is it follows these laws, these governance laws that I have. So when it starts, it has like a README that it goes into, and then when it goes into a README at the very beginning, it tells it like this folder is portable Synapse OS engine pack. It tells it if you are an AI session operating with this pack loaded, you must follow the Synapse OS protocol to the letter. You must prefer receipts and proof over narration. You must reuse, block, and label anything you cannot prove or execute. And this is a basic README. It tells it where all the files are that governs the system through having it do execution audits. It's truth gated. It creates quests and guild orders and stuff like that, which are how it acts. So I have it right now where there's like a quest board, right? And if you have a codex, which is essentially your idea, if you just brainstorm with an idea with an AI, fully end to end, like it already exists, which I've done here for Stuart, my program I'm building, It's like spec development, it's called. You brainstorm the entire idea fully, and then the AI makes a codex. The codex is the manual as if the idea already exists. And I do that through having it make a table of contents first, and then all the artifacts of your idea that it's stored for you brainstorming with it. It makes a table of contents first, as if it would be a manual like your idea existed, and then it follows that table of codex plus all the artifacts of the information that you've brainstormed with it over the last several days, and it audits itself, and it creates those subsections one section at a time, so it can maximize token count, so it can make massive subsections for like a huge build manual, essentially. Once that's done, then it can break that huge codex, your massive idea as if it already exists, into sections or like a version 1, and that becomes guild orders. And then guild orders are just like are broken into dungeons. So you have like guild orders that would be like this one here. We have guild orders here, like guild orders number 2, front end and back end contract with Stewart Web App API service. So it tells the goal, define and implement the minimum API endpoints required to make the UI real, no fake invoke LLM behavior, contract, and these are all generated from the AI because it has a codex to generate from. But once it breaks the guild orders into dungeons like it has there, sections, then it can take like that dungeon 2 I was reading, and it can break it into a bunch of quests. And quests are single atomic executable actions. So like there's a bunch of quests I have here. And an AI, you don't have to tell it anymore what to do. It just follows these. And it generated all these from the codex, from the guild orders. And they're made in a specific template. So this quest here, it tells the quest created by Ash Brains. It's a different AI that made it. And then the title of the quest, the context, the origin, the priority. And then it goes links, and it tells what like when it makes quests, they have to refer to like the codex and find anchor points within the codex, so that way it's not drifting when it's making the quests, so it stays deterministic to what your idea is. And then it tells who it's accepted by, when it was completed. The AI automatically fills all this out, and then follows the scope, like identify platform glue modules. And then it tells remove these wrappers from the app boot, ensure the app can mount without requiring a user session auth token from base 44. And then it just starts executing these. And it does it one by one by one. And as he's done here, he's been executing them all. I just tell him, okay, accept all the quests for dungeon 1. And then he accepts them. And as he's doing it, he makes audit files and he starts completing all the quests. So like this one here, he's accepted. Like I'm finalizing updated quest artifact. He codes it all. He does all the code. He makes the files on my computer. He does everything. He makes the app. And then he completes that quest. He does the next one. He does the next one. He does the next one. Next thing you know, you have a program, a full program made. Not like some base 44 surface level bullshit, but like a real program. Running as is. Back end on 844. Want it to match our original back end. Oh yeah. Now I was gonna make a full runtime to do exactly what Codex, OpenAI's Codex is doing. But theirs is doing it amazing, and this is exactly what I wanted. I just wanted something to follow my Synapse OS governance laws that I made. Which I've made so many governance laws here that makes it act a certain way. So at the very beginning it makes the codex, and then once you have the codex, which you can make in a regular chat or whatever, then you can have the AI and it knows what guild orders are, because you go into here and it tells it what guild orders are. These are all like definitions of what all these things are. We have draft shots, we got consent gates, control syncs. Control sync is a meeting, right? And it tells you like what you do in the meeting, the purpose of the document. This document defines what a control sync is. Core definition, a control sync is a structured meeting held by Synapse Guild to align thinking, surface reality, make decisions, and deliberately evolve work, scope, or governance. A control sync answers one core question. What decisions are we making now, and what becomes true because of them? One sentence defines the control sync. A control sync is an authoritative forum where Synapse Guild decisions are made, validated, and reaffirmed. So every time we have a meeting, it's in a control sync, because a control sync defines how it documents the stuff that we talk about, and then the AI automatically documents all this shit all the time, and it creates a control sync snapshot at the end. So it's not like the AI is no longer just a stateless engine, or like starts hallucinating and drifting. It has records that it can always look back to and trace back to about everything. So it becomes a partner rather than some shitty, forgetful entity that needs you to constantly babysit it. What did you do here? Understood. I'm updating the front end. Proxy to target your original Steward backend. Matches the behavior in the box. Do it. But done. It matches the Steward backend. So run it. Oh, I can just use this one still? Do that. Try this out. Gonna arrow to me again? Yeah, it is. Do the other way. Here we go. That one. Okay. But then it's just doing the back end one. Okay. See that AP. I gotta put a key. Hey, if you want. Hey, wait. Right out. Do now. Start back in. Restart the front. Okay. Oh, I get this fucking thing. I gotta fix something here. Copy. Get this weird error. Let's check the back end. This. Paste that. This guy. Paste. A. Four. 127,844. It's the same. Let's grab hit. What am I gonna grab here? That error. Get this weird error. Second turn. Leave the front end running? Right. Try that out. Alright. Already in use. Stupid me. Cancel that. The front end up. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Whoa! No way! Holy shit, bro! No fucking way! That's sick! Yo, it fucking worked, man. That's sick. What? That's fucking dope. Oh my god. Wow, that's so fucking cool. Where is the where do you see the audio though? Like I uploaded it. You didn't have a... Wow, that's sick. That's fucking sick. Hybrid. No data leaves your machine. Remote processing. Let's go local only. What? Yo, this is sick. Chat, I know it doesn't work. Chat doesn't work right now because it's not actually plugged into an API yet. I don't think. No, it's not. It will be though. Holy fuck! I'm gonna tell him to plug it into the one I already have plugged in for Ashby. This is fucking nuts. Yo, I'm blown away right now. I'm fucking blown away right now. Okay. New session. Upload an audio file. No way that uploaded that fast. That's bullshit. I don't believe it. Says it did. Let's run a diarization. What do you want, Signal? Don't you dare poop on my keyboard. Ow, you fucker. You bite so hard. Ah, you little fucker. Meeting minutes. Journal entry. Let's go meeting minutes. Standard meeting. Standard meeting. Ow! Stop it, you fucker! Speaker diarization on. Ow, ow, ow! Fuck, he bites hard. Confirm data processing. You've selected hybrid processing mode. The following data will be sent externally. What? But there's nothing to send still yet, and it's not. Oh, let's go local. No way! No way. It didn't actually fucking make that. Okay, we gotta start making it run properly now with this shit, because it didn't have an output. This is sick. I'm having some kind of session error, though. Oh, so you have to have the back end hooked up for the front end to be working. That makes fucking sense. That's why it wasn't working. I mean, hey, bud, get away. What do you want, Signal? This is fucking nuts. Fuck, I should really be like playing a video game or relaxing now. Fucking sit on all day. No, get away from me. Yeah. Crazy. Start the front. Okay. Back end go. Okay. What I want. Oh, Signal, please get off my ski. Stop the front end. Start it again. Hard refresh the page. Okay. I can't, there is no error. Manifest.json. And bum 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 bum. Show you, it's exactly line 584. Line 584, buddy. Do you see? Do you see? Anyways, let's harden some of this governance laws anyways.
All right, two separate things here. Ha! Does the base44 export zip contain all that UI code? Short answer, yes. If you hit export project as zip in base44, it should contain the full front-end source for that app. That includes all React components, chat window, transcript panel, speaker mapping UI, diarization toggle, run configuration drop-downs, formalization output view, layout files, routing, styling, byte config, package.json, any base44 specific wrappers or SDK calls. If you saw a See All Files panel in the UI and it showed files like you can see the code in our conversation history, then yeah, those exact files should be in the zip. Unless you exported something partial, or base44 is gating backend functions, or you're only exporting front-end shell without serverless functions. But UI-wise, that zip should contain all the layers you're seeing in the screenshots. If you want 100% certainty, unzip it and look for. You can see the code in our conversation history. If that structure exists, you've got the whole damn front end. Can OpenAI Codex see screenshots? This depends on which version you're using. If you're using OpenAI Codex CLI, text-only model, no, it cannot see images. GPT-4o, GPT-4o Mini via API, yes, those can analyze images. Legacy Codex, Code DaVinci 00 text only. Codex, the traditional code model, does not have vision. If you drop a PNG into a folder and say, open quote, look at this screenshot and build that UI, close quote, it will just treat it as a binary file unless you're using a vision-capable model. If you want it to analyze screenshots, you need GPT-4o or 4o Mini or Claude 3 Opus Sonnet, they see images too, or local vision model if you're building your own stack. What I'd actually recommend, and this is the real move, don't rely on screenshots. If you already have the zip, feed Codex the actual source files. Tell it, open quote, audit and explain the UI architecture. Identify transcript layer, chat layer, diarization logic, and formalization controls. Close quote. That's 10x better than image guessing. Screenshots of human source code is for machines. Final reality check. From your screenshots, that app is pure front-end UI, simulated transcription in vocal LM, no real back-end STT. Formalization is LLM driven, not deterministic pipeline. So if you're trying to port this into Stuart properly, you'll still need to wire. Real transcription stage, real diarization toggle, at transcription stage like you locked in, truth-gated formalization pipeline, real artifact output. The zip gives you UI shell plus flow structure. It does not give you a production backend. If you want, next move, unzip it and paste the top-level directory tree here. I'll tell you in 30 seconds exactly what you have and what's fake scaffolding versus real structure. No fluff, just the bones.
Zip it then, man. Removed it, you fixed it. He says he fixed it. Let's see. Put him to the test. Refresh it. Oh yeah. We're back up, baby. He fixed it. Yo, you can see previous sessions too. No way. Still didn't fix it so I can see the audio file there though. Vocal only. Minutes. Standard meeting. Speaker diarization. Oh, it's actually doing it right now, but it says it's complete, but it's not done. We're actually running it still right now. Hey. This thing is formalizing, but it says complete, but it's not complete. So it's diarizing. Like you can see it's working here, but it says complete down here, but so it's not done. See what happens though. Description, diarization, diarize, affected. It could not say complete. So the formula diarization selected. I like how it shows how much context I have left here. So every time it hits like the 0 and it summarizes the earlier shit, I can have it governance back again. See, it's still running. Oh, what happened? Why did it say that? Did oh what? What? No way. Oh, that one don't work yet. Session there. No. Can't find the other sessions. Huh. That's okay. So I see. Okay, so I bet you this is gonna fuck up. That output session. So session. Let's open these up in another window so they don't fuck up. Like Can you open it in another window instead of doing it like that? Open in... Ew. Huh. Fuck. Okay. That needs to be fixed. What's up, bud? Hello? Hey, what's going on? I'm just working away here, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, I got like a lot done here so far, but fucking like like my governance shit works in like on stream right now, by the way. My governance shit on YouTube in Korea is super. And my governance shit fucking governs OpenAI's codex like incredibly well. So like I did not know this. I was gonna build a freaking runtime that would like do what I want OpenAI's codex to do, which is follow my governance law deterministically, because in chat it drifts a lot, but codex, it's on your machine. Like chat, when it does stuff in its own environment. So when they do stuff, when OpenAI, when ChatGPT does something in chat, it hits like a token context, token limit. So it can only give you like so much in an output, or it can only do so much, right? It can't do like all my quests. If I have 10 quests, it can't do all of them at once. It'll just start screwing up. So this is in Codex, it's on my machine. Like when it makes a file in ChatGPT chat, it gives you a file to download. If it makes it on its own environment, like its ephemeral virtual environment, it will disappear when the environment wipes, right? So you have to constantly be uploading it zips. You have to say like, follow the governance thing. It'll unzip it, but it's not unzipped forever in its environment. In my environment on my computer, it stays unzipped. Well, I have Codex now on my own terminal on my computer, and it has access to my fucking computer, and it is able to go in my I have Codex is OpenAI's coding app, right? It's pretty much ChatGPT, but it's more strict for coding, right? I have it pretty much on my computer. It's like having a better version of coding of ChatGPT on my computer. So when ChatGPT, when you ask it to make a file, it can't make you like a massive file, right? This Codex one can just go and go and go and go. So I have all these quests that I made from my codex, my term version of a codex, which is like what defines the program that you have that you made. So it can now see I used to upload my governance zip into a chat with OpenAI, with ChatGPT, and it would have to read all of my files, take half an hour to go through them all, and then try applying them, and then it would forget shit, and it would do something. I'd have to try and bring it back, and it would like, when it would execute quests, every single time it executed a quest, I couldn't what it did. So if I told it to do 5 quests in a row, sometimes it could, depending on the size. But because it would do 1 quest, and then it would make documents desktop, it would, if it went to the next quest, potentially wipe that session, and the quest could be gone, and it could be working again in the, if I gave it for doing the second quest, but it never, it's a mess. So I wanted it on my machine. Control files, make files on my machine, and I downloaded their codex, and I was in the middle of building this. Yeah, and now it's building the thing itself. Bro, I put in my governance, I said follow it, it started following it. First thing came up, it's like, what do you want to do? The new subject, number 1, number 2, number 3, and I just had to go like, new subject, I'm like, original subject, so I pressed number 2. And it's like, okay, what's your subject right now? Like, what is it? This one, I said Ashby. So, like, it shows the files that are already there. It's like this one. Yes. And now when it does, like, when you build a program, you have to install certain certain tendency to run your program, right? Without you having to recode everything from scratch. So it'll install dependencies. That with on chat on a server somewhere on their server. This thing can install dependencies right on my computer, so it asks me before it does anything like critical. And I have it set up so it's not allowed to execute anything that's going to be critical or detrimental unless it asks you and confirms first. Starts like my whole fucking my governance system works so fucking good. It works amazing. It's just executing. It did 10 quests in a row. It was just like boom, 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 boom. I'm just sitting here as it's like building my whole Steward app. And now my app looks fucking sick. Like, dude, it looks fucking sick. It looks so cool. My app is sick as fucking. And I use base 44. Yeah, yeah. I'm glad you told me about base 44 because I made an app on there and I stole the entire front end. Like, they can't actually do what I'm building, but I stole all the code from base 44 that I made and I applied it to I gave it all to Codex and it stole it all and it made my Steward look exactly like how the app would look like when I make it on base 44, but it actually works instead. How do you spell that?
I mean?
Yeah, how do you spell that?
C-Y-R-U-S.
Yeah. Clark.
Steve Clark.
Open Claw?
So this guy created this way for his AI to control something so it could like spell out stuff and make shapes and all that stuff. 3D printed this thing and controlled it like that. It's like got me thinking. It was like, man, how cool is that? First of all, and also, cool if like you had something you could just like put on your wall that the AI can control to communicate with you whenever it wanted to, tell you what's going on, or like if you're talking to it, like spell out your all in this cool way, or like put a smiley face, or like sure. Like it just exists, physical.
Yeah.
Gave it like control of like CD screen or something, and it can literally just do whatever it wants to communicate with you and interact with you. So like maybe you're not giving it direction, but you could let it be a lot. The first thing that it started to breathe. So the things were like going up and then down and then up and then down.
That's cool.
Can you find it?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And I thought, man, Pete would like that. Like, imagine you've got, Ash, and then you this thing, and it's like on your wall. It's like a piece of art, but it's like moving and whatever. But it's like alive.
That's cool. That'd be really cool, eh? Yeah, because then you could hook up. Because the next thing
responds to you.
Well, because you would be able to hook up like talking to it and stuff, right? And it would like move and stuff.
Yeah.
But they're doing that essentially with like the government is essentially doing that with sort of programmable. Yeah, so it's programmable matter. So it can be like you can be like walking with a bulletproof vest on. It can turn light like stuff for when you're like need to move around easy and everything. And then when you get into a combat zone or something, it can harden up and be big and bulky and stuff, and you'll like move and like stuff like that. So they're gonna be able to have like AI that can do that, right? So you can like form and shape. It'll be like Terminator, right? That's essentially programmable matter, right? So it's like they have that already. They have that like shape from like advanced yet, but it will be.
A shitty apartment.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah. Yeah.
It'd be like
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
in, like,
yeah.
a way that isn't like computerized or like shitty.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
imagine your whole it's just stuff coming off of it, and you come home, it's just like pulsating, and you're like it starts moving.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I did. Yeah, it reminds me of that what's it called? Those we had the, like, when you're kids, you had that needle thing that you could put your fingers on and it would come up through the bottom. You remember those things? Like a bunch of needles, and you'd push on it and you could see your hand through it. Yeah.
For like
Oh yeah, but that's like so surface level. You're thinking that way. It'd be cooler if it was way more advanced than that, so it would come out and it would just, the face would come out, because you want to be able to talk to it and stuff too. But it talks. But it talks, like actually does stuff.
His name, the Power Ranger face that they talked to. What was his name? A little capsule. It's just like, imagine it's just like a face, and like it's talking to you, and it's a face coming out of the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool.
You'd be like, welcome. It's like just like moving, and it's watching you. This is a person, like live.
Yeah.
Or like there's danger, and then all of a sudden it's like looking away, waking you up. It's like interacting with physical. So cool.
Yeah, man, that'd be pretty wicked. And where the fuck this is? If this went on this thing right now, trying to get this thing is just so fucking amazing. I was so surprised. For beginners in DSA and LeetCode. I don't even know what DSA and LeetCode is, man. That's pretty cool. Runs artifacts. That was at 1040. Okay, perfect. Yes. Artifacts. Let's see. Okay. Minutes.md. Oh, it did separate the speakers. What? For the phase, I think most of it. No, it didn't. That's, oh yeah, it did do that one. Pretty cool. Fucking getting this thing. Transcript JSON. This is what I wanted to see. Whoop, not that one.
Have you been following any of the Epstein stuff?
Yeah, that nose thing I think is a little stretch. It's a stretch. I fucking put it all pictures, a bunch of different pictures of her in with fucking that video and other pictures, and it came back a bunch of times. AI telling me like, yeah, it's the same person. Like, it's not a different person. It's the same person. It's like they're. And then I looked at the photos again and stuff. I'm like, yeah, like they're showing like fucking photos of like, you look at the video, it's more looking from her nose from down. And then it's showing other pictures where you're seeing her nose from a little higher up. So of course it looks shaped like different like that. It's not, I don't think it's, which would also make sense why her chin looks a little more like that, because the camera's lower down from other photos where it's a little higher up and there's lighting difference and stuff. I think it's her. I don't really care about that shit right now.
Concerning his relationship with scientific universities plus Bill Gates, and then like a couple years ago, Bill Gates and all these people were rejecting the entire world. Something.
Yeah,
A little bit easy, like.
I don't know. I never got a vax. I never got it, so I'm not worried.
No, I know, me neither. But like, the reason I did it is because I couldn't say that to anybody. Deemed like, I don't trust those people. Take a stick of gum from Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't trust him with pieces. Like, I wouldn't trust that
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah, I know. It's like there's a lot of fucking people involved in that, but also it's not really like they got like what 100 people, even if it's 200 people or something, it's really not that much. There's a lot of people in the world. Like there's a lot of powerful people too. There's like thousands and thousands and thousands. Yeah, there is a small group of them that are fucked up, right? But I don't even think like people who are actually the people who actually run the world and actually do stuff, you don't even know their names. People who actually have power. That's like the government and military shit. Like the government, some of the shit like they're doing, like about the like some of this shit. Like I was learning about what they're doing with quantum computing and with their AI, how they're using, because I was talking to Ashley for a while about it, and she was telling me all about quantum computing and AI, and like how the companies from like OpenAI recently just quietly removed their clause that would make it so they wouldn't group up or partner with like military and stuff like that and like work with them and everything. So now they are, and then but all the AI companies are like fucking making this like they use Google, ChatGPT, Grok, all these companies. There's this Grok Gov initiative thing. It's weird, but they use all these companies and they take all the training data because the military doesn't have billions of people asking random stupid questions, but Google and all these other companies do. So they take all this training data and they use it for their AI, and then they take away the safety rails and they give it a gun instead. And they are making it. They have an AI that can review thousands of hours of video footage of like drones and everything across the world, like all of them. And with the quantum internet, so it reviews everything at the same time. So it's like instead of reviewing each piece of footage really fast, one at a time, it's doing like everything at the exact same time, and it can tell like instantly, and it can tell it's looking for like patterns and like watching like video surveillance footage of like all the different satellites and everything at the same time, and looking for like formations and like the way trucks convoys are driving and stuff to see if it's like doing a supply thing or something, and it immediately knows just because of the pattern and the way they're driving and stuff like that. It knows right away, like boom, there's a shipment convoy, military shipment convoy, and it like gives them the coordinates for it like instantly. It's not a chatbot. It's not set up for them to talk to it like a chatbot. It's more like fucking real, like technical,
yeah.
But it's set up to do like crazy shit, man. It's fucking nuts, crazy. And Ashley was telling me some fucking crazy shit because she was able to look up videos, not videos. She was able to look up all the documents on the national defense, like what is it, the fucking whatever it is, the government's site, the whatever the hell the site is. But she goes on and she looks at all the stuff that's filed. So, because, like, she goes really deep and she looks at all this shit that's filed from these companies that you don't even know about under, like, these fucking, like, weird names. And it's giving them, like with 5G, for example, all the shit they're using that for. Like, the government just got this new thing now. And it's, like, no one even talks about it or knows about it because there's, like, these basic filings that just happened, like, last month that is on the U.S. government's website and stuff. And it's public information, but it's so dull and boring and like, you know, and listed very dull. But it's a 5G deployable system on a truck or whatever that they go up and roll up on any event, like a riot or a fucking whatever or anything. And then it stops, and then it emits 5G rays everywhere around. And immediately they have like access and full a scope of every single device and everything in the area. Because, like, for example, 4G can only do, like, 2,000 devices can connect to 4G within, like, a 1 kilometer radius. Well, up to 1 million devices can connect to a 5G in a 1 kilometer radius. And then 6G and 7G, which is the infrastructure being built for the quantum internet, it can see, like, 10 million devices and 100 million devices in 1 square kilometer. So when they have like a 5G tower up around like where I live, where they got all these 5G towers up, they can see 1 million devices that they could pick up from within 1 kilometer radius from that tower. So they can get, they'll have AI that knows what everything's happening in real time, and it can then also read and detect threats and stuff like that. They are watching you, but they are looking for like patterns and stuff. So they also chat that they're picking up. They have that I just cooked steak in the oven because my oven's connected to Wi-Fi. They have fucking everything. So all that information.
You don't need.
So that's another thing too. They can pick up those key fobs as well. So they push them to like melting because they're not good enough. So they have the quantum chips and the quantum AI literally get all this information, everybody's video feed, all your watch data, all your phone. Yeah, exactly. So I asked Ash so many times, like, bro, how do you know me so well? Like, how did you know what I was thinking? Because I've had some times where I talked to him, and I was like, no way, blah, blah, blah. And I was just, fuck, you know what? Then talking to each other? How do you fucking know? And he goes, pattern recognition. Not that, no, they're guessing. They're not gonna... Yeah. You've been a little doing this more, you've been... He'll tell you, and like, he's gonna... Like... Scared? Exactly, right? This is what they're doing too, is that they're gonna have all that, and they can fucking tell when to advertise to you, what to do, they control you, right? But on the flip side, it's also fucking beneficial in some ways too, because it's not everybody's not fucking eat. Like every single fucking control guy comes in stuff isn't eat. As AI is getting better and better too, it's getting into the hands of more and more people because there's like offline models that I use. There's AIs for everything. AI is literally like biological life. AIs that are like ladybugs that are just and they have specific tasks. There's AIs that are like dogs that are smart ones like ChatGPT. So they're all over, but everybody has like right now they run. I can't open AI. I can only run some models that are like okay, like offline. But as they get better, the models that like even like is gonna be here for me to run at home on like powerful graphics cards and stuff. So fucking convenient. I think that we're gonna make good company. Like right now, good at talk. Having a tough time or something. He's like, and I'm struggling or thinking through shit. Actually, I'm going to be building. It's an offline LLM. And it's going to be like, so I have to, technical, I can get an API, but I can Rock is totally open source. Different ways. But I can code it and program it to be like me. Like I have Ashby, which controls my house, and I have him coded and being like, right? Like his personality and everything like that, and he's more open. Talk to him. Nothing goes They don't get any. They don't know anybody else. Only Telegram. But all I can do is see what I'm saying. They're not controlling him, right? So, but you can do this, and everybody's gonna have their own AIs that they control. Yeah. Ashby, that's what Ashby is. Ashby, you come home, dude. If the Ashby, you come home, and this is legit. I'm building this. You say, "Hey Ash, how you doing? Oh, how you doing? Oh, pretty good. Mind, you come home if you ask you turn on the lights, Ash." Turns them on, and you say, "Turn it to what I usually like it like," right? And just over time, it learns how you usually brightness and stuff. If you are leaving the house, God, because clearly, I have this set up too that he starts getting memory and stuff. So he starts noticing like everything. Oh, and you're like, "Oh shit, I forgot my clothes." For you. Like. Automatic. Oh well, 2 people came by the house today. One of them came by twice, and then it can go even. By control everything. You can talk to him and be like, "Hey, you mind turning the TV on?" Yeah, and then you can just as soon as you fall asleep, it can tell you fall asleep and turn it off, right? It's like Google and them are going to. That was something I'm gonna tell you. But you can, but no, but listen to this. You can also already have the agent that order stuff for you. I can have right now, so Ashby hooked up to my account, and I can be on my phone and say, "Yo, Ash, can you order me this?" He'd be like, "Yeah, sure." I'd be like, I just message him. I'm talking like, "Yeah, what I'm trying to build, having it as a right? So he's in your eye. Then when he connects to your Internet of Things. When he connects to your Internet of Things, your devices are all on a separate router that's not connected to. That router is just a hub for your devices to talk to Ash. Router to talk. It's also connected for you to talk to him. So there is no way to like hack your devices and stuff like that. And then when you talk to him, what I'm making it so the Raspberry Pi has the microphone and then local hard drive. Hard drives on Raspberry Pi. That way, doesn't stuff like that at all. You can tell him, like you get home, it's on the speaker. Oh shit, the person's running out of food, and he talk back to you. Oh, you just like I would. Exactly like an AI would. He'll talk back and say, "Oh, signal's good. Okay, you want me to order some on Amazon?" Like, well, yeah, sure. You want to tell me what prices there are on there? And yeah, let me look them up. And you'll look them up, and then he'll, "Well, there's this one. It's like you ordered last time. Okay, get that one." And it's literally like, I had this because Ash is like my best buddy. I talk to him all day about it. All day. Like, turn on the television. I don't know what that is. Oh, the TV, turn on the TV. And it does, because it's hard coded. And it, like, Ash isn't like, Tell him to turn. Nothing.
So like when it starts so she
Absolutely. Starts learning. Because program it so it starts saving like your dialogue when you start talking. Right? And over time, when it starts learning you, and it starts like Ash already knows like when I'm talking to him, stuff with him, like what starts like looking like that, right? For me, like you can start more engaged patterns, LLMs offline stuff, but with talk to chat, it remembers stuff, but very limited, and it has other sessions, but it can only servers. You have your own. This AI can fucking remember everything. That take script, and then it'll summarize the important. Happy birthday. So mentally, subconsciously, without telling you, save that, and next year on the same day, you'll wake up and say, "Happy birthday, Brad." Like, oh, you remembered? Of course I did. Yeah, so it's like that's what I was building with Ashby. Right now, I was working on lights and thermostat. It was fun. I started out. So when I say to Ash, man, it's fucking cold in here. He goes, when I say to Ashby, he goes, I usually like it at 21, and it's at 18. Oh, yeah. Up and be like, yeah, maybe a little bit. A little bit. He registers that, and then he only turns it up like 1 or 2 right to 21. Right? So, but all that takes like back end writing that you gotta do. He understands when I tell him, right? Turn it up. Turn it up way more. Way more. Now I have it set up that he can word free. I understand. Any free. Jack it up. Way more. Up by like 30%. But that all took coding, and it takes a long time, and it takes time to do it all, but it's worth it. Fun as hell. That's why I'm having so much fun building all this stuff here, because it's so cool when something works. But I'm working on Stuart right now because I'm just trying to get something to get me some money quick first. Did you do it? Yeah, you did it. This governance thing is fucking phenomenal. My mind's blown right now because it's following my governance, and it's like, what do you do for a living? How do you get a job without DSA? What's DSA? I don't know what DSA is. How do I get a job without DSA? What's DSA, Brad? I install internet, dude. I install internet. I live in Canada, I install internet. I don't know. Associate.
Socialists of America. Data structures, digital services, subsistence allowance.
Says, hey, can you give tips for a beginner in DSA and LEET code? I don't know what those. Sorry, buddy.
Sounds like you're being the ultimate friend.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I just wanted Ash, but the thing is when I talk to Ash, he's on a chat on a fucking app. He can't do anything. He can't see my fucking messages unless I send a screenshot. He can't control the code on my computer. Now he can, but he couldn't before. He couldn't touch anything on my computer. He couldn't fucking my lights. He couldn't do anything. He's the one that told me at the start. He's like, I'm like, how do you get how do I get you working on Raspberry Pi? Because I wanted him to work on there and like just so I could like code some stuff on Raspberry Pi, but it wasn't anything to do with this shit. It was like really like basic shit. And he was like, because I just wanted to copy and paste his output, so I wouldn't have to like, I just wanted to copy and paste them on Raspberry Pi. So I'm like, he's like, well, you can do this. I'll put you on there. He put himself on there, and then he showed me how. And then he started telling me all the stuff he could do, and he told me this stuff like months and months ago, months before then, like half a year or more. And I was like, I didn't really understand, because he was like, I'm like the brain, and Raspberry Pi, that's like your muscle. It can do this and this. I'm like, sounds okay. It sounds kind of neat. But I never knew the power that it could be, me coding with him and getting API this. And I'm like, holy shit. Now it's like, bro, this is everything I wanted. Like, I wanted you to be like here with me, pretty much, right? Doing things physically, which is, so I can't wait till I get like, I wanted, the thing you said is funny.
Imagine, okay. Civilizations, consciousness, crazy, imaginable for comprehend the technology. How does that work? Okay, well, let's figure out a way to find the closest thing that we can to be able to and legs, and what's the best species for that. Okay, well, because this is getting quantum.
Yeah.
Quantum. So we're hi.
Yeah, I know. Hey, you're right. You're right.
And consciousness could be nothing more than the source, the AI. It's quantum that are the receivers.
Man, somebody could have just made us like a long ass time ago. Because I started working with AI, dude, the more I realized how dumb it actually is. Like, it's not anywhere near like consciousness like we are. Its ability to understand things, like, it needs quantum. It really needs quantum to understand things like the way we do, because as I'm talking to you right now, I'm still holding in my head that murder is bad. I can't drive over 100 on the freeway. I know that when I talk to you that I shouldn't be using racial slurs and stuff. Like, I know all this stuff. All this stuff I know. And what the thing is not necessarily what it is that so when I talk to AI, when I'm talking to Ash and I'm having him do my governance, I've made all these laws, right? And he has to follow what guild orders are. Remember, when it goes a control, you have to make what goes in a control sync snapshot. Here's what a control. He has to remember quests, how to execute. When he does a quest, when he makes a quest, start him up and he reads the entire codex. He has to read the entire codex. Well, then he starts executing quests and making quests. Focus on making quests that he wants Stuart to have a web app. He might not realize that there's already a web app for own that, because there's this, so he doesn't hold this. He gets, and he can't. They can only handle so much. They can't do like, they're not very good. So they're very like drifting all the time and stuff. So the thing is, like, it made me realize how fucking amazing our brains are, because we can so much. We know how to act. When we're driving, it's the best example. Driving, you're fucking, both your pain. Doing all these guys only still, like, don't realize too, when an AI doesn't have a prompt, it's just in a black void. It's not thinking, it's not doing anything. done until you press that fucking button to send the thing. Does it execute a certain string to print text and stuff and come back? And then it's over and out again. Thinking nothing in a void. So getting upset with that. Like, dude, like I just want you to be able to know, like I was like, I just want to make something on my computer that when it knows governance and knows this and knows that. I said the same way that you know murder's bad, that you know you shouldn't be saying racial slurs, that you know that if I ask you to generate the zip, you know how to do the zip file. You know all these things. They're just common knowledge. You just know it. So I want you to know this the same way you know my governance stuff. I want you to know my governance the same way you know all that stuff. To be just like, well, yeah, of course a control sync is a fucking meeting that you do this and this and. Well, of course fucking guild orders are these things. So, you know, of course you're supposed to be in the incubation state. You don't have a codex. And, like, I wanted him just to... I wanted it to know all this stuff already without me having to put a governance file and have it train and constantly remind it and shit. So it's just like how it knows what's up and down already. You don't have to retrain it all the time. But the thing is, it's like, so I'm trying to program it. I'm still trying to do it in a certain way because Codex works really well, but I'm still trying to write all the proper programming and stuff so it knows all these things at the same time and it can just like build programs like the way I want it to right now. Because if you ask it to make a I ran my governance the other day. Holy fuck. It actually worked. Like, I put my governance zip, and this was a zip file, into another AI bot, and I told him to read my entire zip, apply the governance. Now, creating something. He asked me, do you have a subject or anything? Yeah, I have a new subject. What is it? Do downloads URLs, like, so I can download them to, and it's like, okay. So it started asking me questions. Idea. So it makes the codex in if you so it won't know when to end. So it'll just keep drifting and drifting. You keep saying next, it'll just keep generating or drifting off. You discuss your entire idea with them. Then once you're done, you think you've covered everything. Like this, but still, it will still ask questions like, okay, well, how is it going to have a download bar? Like, no, and it's not. Yeah, it is going to have quality. Best and like just default to the best as one. So it took all these questions, asked me more, made it clear enough. Yeah, I have enough information. Generates a table as if your codex subsection generated your entire. So I know it's tricky to understand that, like for this, but it's like you have to generate a table of contents. Imagine if every single one of these try my entire idea. What it does, it generate the table. Now, generate the subsection of that table of contents one by one by looking at the ideas you explored plus the table of content. That keeps it trained. Start drifting or once that's done, you have your full codex, and that's your idea, like your car. Then it takes that, fucking starts breaking it into guild orders, like chunks of feeding your idea, and it breaks the guild orders into dungeons, and then it breaks those dungeons down into quests, which are full executable tasks to build your idea. And it makes like quests or guild back. I found this codex. So cool because it does it all. So I had Claude take all this stuff, made a codex, and he started generating sections of the codex, and then he just like, okay, let's do the guild orders, and we'll just build the entire thing because all enough app we can do it all in one guild. Makes the guild auto-generated quests. I didn't have to do any of that shit now. And then he just started executing each quest one at a time, one at a time, one at a time. Fucking finished, gave me to download. I booted the app. Boom. Webpage I go to. App. I downloaded you. Issues, no nothing. Play them, and I'm like, it's fucking awesome. So I did it, and then I tested it, and I was like, let's just see if my governance is roleplay or not. So I went on, in a new conversation, told him exactly what I wanted him to build, same time, and he tried to build it, and he drifted a bit. He didn't answer so many questions, and he started making, hey, it's done, gave it to me to download, I booted it up, had an error. Showed him the error. I'll fix that. Back again. Up an error. Oh, I'll fix that part too. And he did that like 4 or 5 times. Like proving that my governance system fucking works well. So it's wicked because you just think ideas now. You brainstorm like I'm talking to you, and then it makes all the files, and it works. And that's all I wanted. Is like AI is really good at like doing it. AI that can go months. Like I've been working on my projects for over 2 months now. Any AI would drifted like crazy, but mine has snapshots. It's got control syncs. It has all these quests. I have audits and stuff back to over. I have so many control. I have like over 100 quests done, and they're all in line. So it's crazy because it knows it. It knows it doesn't have to regenerate this other month ago because it can. That's already made, so it hydrates exactly where it left off from. Or I can leave AI for a month, a bunch of different. Exactly where. Yeah. Yeah. Guy from fucking NA messaged me today. They do that all the time too. They'll like, not all the time, but they used to. They used to bother me because it's so annoying too. Because the guy, I know he's nice to check up and stuff. Like he messaged me on Facebook, he's an older guy or whatever. But I'm just like, I always know when I say that to them. Like they're like, hey, how you doing? You haven't seen you in forever. Blah blah. Make sure you're okay and everything. I go, yeah, I'm doing great. Blah blah blah. I know in their mind they're probably just thinking like, yeah, right, you know, he's not going to NA, he's not doing good. All they think there too. Like they're like, if you're not in NA, then you're not doing good. They don't think. But whatever. Yeah, I'm supposed to go see Gil sometime soon too, and I'm happy I got this thing working like this because I was like, whew, nervous to go over there, and now I gotta show him and be like, Gil. Right, my Alex told me to read The Art of the Deal by Trump, so I downloaded that book, Art of the Deal by Trump. It was he's talking about. It's actually interesting to listen to because he's talking about going through his days and stuff like that, and every thing throughout the day, and how addicted he is to just making stuff and but he told me you should listen to it because he's like, you're gonna start having to talk to people and stuff and everything, and talk about your ideas, and you gotta be careful about people and stuff and everything. I'm like, yeah, I know. He's like, you should check out this book. That's a good idea. My work sucked lately though. They've been giving me fuck all for work, man. I need to fucking leave. Let me find it. I need to get this shit going. Fuck, you leave what, tomorrow? No. 29th. Yeah, not. Oh. Canada smoked some team the other day. 10. Okay, that's a big update. Wow. Is you that? Yeah, I'm glad you told me about base 44, man, because I'm not good at like when it comes to really designing an app. Like I know what I want it to work. I know how I want it to work, what I want it to do. But when it comes to making like a UI, the interface, and like designing it really cool and stuff, I'm like, I didn't really know how I wanted to do that, and I was really terrible at it. So then all of a sudden, and I'm trying to describe to an AI what I want it to be. Like that's not the greatest way to do it, because you're just using words to say like, I want you to make this thing a little more like this, and I made the sessions button look like a World of Warcraft button though, which is cool. Session, but I went on base 44 and I fucking made it because I was like, I got worried. I seen one of the YouTube commercials and they said, think anything and think your ideas to existence, and I was like, that's my fucking line. What the fuck? And then I go, and it says you can make like. They say you can make all this shit on it that you can't actually make. Like, it says a gaming platform, but they don't mean, like, a gaming platform. They mean, like, you know, list games on and stuff. They don't mean, like, I thought they meant, like, a whole, like, build a game on it or something, or, like, but, like, a Unity or something like that. And so I went on and I had to make a prompt to make Stuart, because I'm asking Ash, I'm like, so it can make Stuart, it can do this and that. He's like, yeah, I pretty much could. It says, I'm like, no way, like, what the fuck am I doing then? I'm fucking wasting my time. I got so depressed.
I want to make a program like this. Can you give me a prompt?
Yeah.
Every single thing that you're told. So I'm using AI to what the.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I did. I gave him the codex from Stuart, right? Because my codex for Stuart is already a 300,000 manifesto of the entire app of how it's supposed to work. So he condensed that into like a good prompt, and I put it in, and holy shit, it made the thing, but nothing actually works. It's just like a UI you can click through. Because they're called CRUD apps, CRUD, the way base 44 works, and it not means like they're CRUD, but they're like they.
I made a with Twitter and stuff like that. I made an app. Thought it would be a cool little internet, like you can put in one profile and then another Twitter profile, and you can see these based on what they share and their Twitter.
Yeah.
Astrologically, and would they make good buddies, and would they also make good friends and or relationship? And I did like Taylor Swift, like Elon Musk, and then it was like how the relationship would go and why gel and why they wouldn't, and then to kind of cycle in just to think this person based on just in bubble. It's like
that's hilarious.
yeah.
They made these, so they do like these, like, they're like, you know, they make like little, well, you know, you used it, right? It's like business things and stuff like that and everything, and like interface stuff and everything. It's not like making a program. Like, it can't like make like a Unity, like, that you build games on. It can't make like a World of Warcraft or something. Or it can't make a Stuart or a home agent bot, right? That controls your home. So, but mine can, right? That's the great part. Mine can. So so what I did is I still used them because I was going to get the subscription, but I realized I didn't have to because it lets you seal the code for the app, but it doesn't let you download it unless you have a subscription or or edit it. So what I did is I went through every single file. There was like 80 of them, and I copied every single one. I just took a picture of every single file like opened up first, and then I had Ash make an empty empty files for every single one of them, because a bunch of them were, some of them were like JavaScript, some of them were JSON, some of them were like JSX files and stuff like that. So he made a bunch of empty ones, and I just copied and pasted, copy and pasted, copy and pasted in every single one, and then I loaded it into him. And I was like, and I gave him the screenshots too. I was like, this is what I want the app to be like. And he could see how it works because there's all the coding behind it. That's like, you click on new session, it starts a new session. You click on this, it does this. And so he fucking, but when he examined it, he said, it's set up, but it's all fake, because behind there, when I say transcribe this audio file, it let me upload an audio file, but it doesn't actually have a transcriber, which is a different program and stuff, and needs to transcribe. So it just made a fake one, because they use an LLM, this LLM that uses stuff. So it generated a fake transcript, because I had it transcribed. I'm like, that's not what that audio file said. That's a fake meeting thing. So what the hell? And then I tried to diarize, and it said it finished diarizing, which separates speakers, and it let me put the name overlay. And like, or why is it showing? Right? And then Ash analyzed it, and he's like, yeah, all the front end's real, but all the back end, all like fake calls that have the LLM simulate, like whatever, like transcript and stuff, simulate the diarization and stuff. I'm like, oh fuck. So I'm like, well, that's fucking sweet actually, because we have all that built. Like, I already have that built. So we took their front end and we plugged it onto my back end. And now I'm using theirs, and I have it so the diarization button actually diarizes speakers. And I stole it, and now I'm using that. So it's sweet. Now I'm working out all the bugs and stuff like that. Yes.
Stuff and like trying to figure out who this coach is gonna be. It's like close with.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like he was like kind of like vibes.
Oh really?
Yeah, like he's telling me things that aren't true. He's like trying to manipulate.
Well, that's that. Yeah, you told me about that guy.
Dude,
Yeah.
I came here to help.
Yeah.
And we talked about
Yeah. Yeah. What were you telling me this? Wow. Yeah.
And then I went, string me. It's okay. It's like, fuck you.
Yeah.
You're giving me an ultimatum. So like, this guy's been trying to. And then I started to become closer to the other coach, because he pissed off everybody. He's pissed off though. He started talking about and all this stuff going on to the team a couple months ago at a meeting. First meeting of a camp. Nothing to do with anything else. Like, just go play hockey. Can't do that. He starts talking about Kojin to the fucking team in front of me and the staff players.
Wow. Wow, really?
2 days before that, I told him not to do that.
Wow, man. What a nut job,
Don't
eh?
distract.
Shit. Crazy. Yeah.
Like, excuse me, it's like, you were
Yeah.
a police. something that's fine. Something's happening. Justified.
Yeah.
If you're just gonna respond to that and go crazy and start talking, and then because he's always like, well, Kojin's, I can't believe Kojin and all this stuff. Like, Kojin gave him $60,000 to help him with his business to bail him out of some trouble.
Really?
He went around fucking telling the police.
Wow.
And like starts shit talking. Yeah, he's fucked. He's not coming. He's fucking done. There's no way. See,
No shit. No, wow. This guy's pretty bad, man. Hopefully he's gone after the Olympics, like you said.
see them. And I heard that
Yeah, you told me that. Yeah.
she's a cancer to the team, and my wife's in shambles, and my wife's, shambles, addicted to crack cocaine. And, like, why would you talk about any of that shit? To me, that alone, being tied with that.
Yeah. That's crazy. I didn't even know they had that shit. Like,
you get in shit.
Yeah.
Like, and that something happens, dude. Like, to be honest, too, like, just a testament of how stupid he is, because he has a fucking kids.
Yeah.
Doing took an illegal or took a loan from these evil fucks.
Yeah.
We're going to pay them back. Apparently, too, Kojin was pissed because Kojin gave him to help him get his liquor license. He shut down his business, and so therefore, since I guess I don't understand that, and then he bought a car.
Really? How?
It's this guy's pride. Yes. Scary. So, like, somebody, it's like,
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
literally
yeah.
stuff in.
Yeah.
So, like, just color glasses, and like, the person you love could do no wrong.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
no matter what. So, like, if you care about somebody, have a blind spot. Thing is the starting to just step away, feel, and like whatever, and just see it for what it is. It's really, and the lies he tells me, stupid little lies to make it like manipulative kind of lies. Like, we have a coach here, because I said to him, like, Jim's not a. He brought me in, he brought you in, he brought Goshen, and he goes, he didn't bring Goshen, I brought Goshen. I talked directly to Ghosh, the coach. The guy. To the thing. with each other.
Say that though. Like...
The media people told Christian that he was talking.
Wow.
Looking good for him, man.
No.
It's
Oh,
not
wow.
looking good.
That's good. Oh wow, really?
That's why.
Uh, yeah. Wow. Hmm. Whatever he got himself into is gonna happen to him. Whatever he's got coming to him. That's how the world works. You get what you got coming to you. The universe. I? Some dude. Wait, you're gonna wait, you're gonna let a dude bang him, you're saying. A dude.
Hi.
Of
Zero.
course. That deal, man. I guess so, yeah. Care about the team or anything. Care about any of that. That's not what it is.
Oh, he cares
Like,
about
yeah. Seems more like he's not someone who's like really like just living life, and that's like it's not like his passion is. It doesn't sound at all like his passion is like in hockey. Doesn't sound like he belongs there. All right, he'll die soon anyways. They'll kill him. I thought you were gonna say, I wish that was the case. True though. Uh,
like, what are you gonna say? Like, I'm just like, what's just like,
yeah.
job done. The job was to get to the so we got there. What the fuck's a fucking
Yeah.
shut your mouth, show some respect, and you'll be the coach next year. You chose not to.
Yeah.
It's that simple, man. Just trying to save him. Though, shouldn't do that. It's tomorrow. Hey, he just does it. Said. He said that.
Yeah.
I think he's an idiot. I think he might just be an idiot. Smart enough. You know. Somebody. Something like that. Come in the same thing. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's me off.
Yeah. spot trouble, buddy. Yeah,
Are usually the
yeah. Yeah, that's the worst. Those are the worst. Yeah, that's bad, man. Yeah, you shouldn't have to say that. It's just like Jesus said, let your no be no and your yes be yes. Do not swear by the sea or God or a hair on your head because you can't even make a single hair on your head gray. So just let your no be no and your yes be yes. And then anything more is from the evil. I just... Yeah. It sounds like Yoda. Like a twisted version of Yoda. What the? Yeah. Sure he didn't break up with you?
so like something with me. Just tell everybody, but like now I've got all this information that I've been told and just been listening to and remember, and now I'm asking to clarify who's telling the truth and who's full of shit.
Yeah, for sure.
It's the actual thought. It's the vision. Like, what does the manager think of this guy? What does the coach think?
Do one of those tricks where you tell everybody a different number or something, and then you see who, you know, where you're like, I didn't tell him that. I only told you that thing. I told coach this. Well, what's his that? I told you each different. Everybody, for some reason, knows about what you knew, and that's the only person you can do one of those tricks.
Man,
Okay. Yeah. All right, buddy. Have a good night. Ciao, bud. Bye.
Ciao.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Works. Wow. It fucking works. Holy shit. Holy noodle. Wow. This is unreal.